I don't care if anybody hears that one. It's true. Like, you got to be, some sort of percentage of phony.
Be yourself with the volume at 11, like WWE.
Yeah. Woo! And we are live. Welcome to the NFL First Look Volume 2. We have a first look during the middle of the week, but we don't let anybody know that we named the same show the same thing twice. It's fine. It's not important. I'm Josh Engleman. I'm joined by Chris Spags. We are brought to you by Owner's Box. Big ol' NFL slate to talk about for today. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you know when everything goes live. Spags, how's your weekend going?
It's good. I got the family in town hanging out with Luca. And the thing that really brings me a lot of joy this morning, I know for all of our teammates at Stochastic, shout out to our pal Greg Ehrenberg winning $100K on NBA yesterday, taking down the big fadeaway. I think he also took down the 4-point play. So I know, Josh is excited about this. But Josh's competitive bones are going. I think we can be real about this. I'm going to give this to Josh. Josh wants to be the one that wins, and I respect that a lot. Ship my money wants to be the one that wins. I'm just like, look at my pal doing well. So I guess that's why I am where I am in DFS. You are where you are.
That's why I tell you guys to sign up for the NBA Sims tool using the promo code TIPOFF every day. Greg, using the tools, picks up the dub. I sent the message to Greg this morning, the first I saw it. On Saturdays, I'm fully off. I had no idea anything was happening yesterday. I woke up to see Greg's tweet, and I said, I'm happy for you, but you ruined my morning with jealousy.
I think we can all agree that Saturdays are also the softest NBA day, if we're being honest, because people take that day off. I know I never played Saturdays back in the day, even when I was going heavy in NBA. So, it's a win, but is the 100K spend as well if the best players aren't playing on a Saturday?
No, I feel like it shouldn't even be 100K. It should be like Canadian currency, but that 100K is only worth like 80K. Winning on Saturday is like the WNBA title of NBA championships.
Hey, WNBA is coming on. Some great ratings coming up. Caitlin Clark's gonna be in the league soon, putting up triple dubs. We're gonna be
First of all, we gotta pump the brakes here. It's not great ratings. It's just better than the previous ratings. They're not great ratings for ratings.
I don't want to get on this wrong side of the WNBA cabal. I support the ladies' sports. I'm glad they're doing well. I love to see the games, athleticism getting better. It's come worlds ahead from like the mid '90s is where I would
no
say
disagreement. No disagreement. It should. That's 30 years ago.
Yeah.
We have cars that drive themselves now.
Well, there's like actual science that says that I feel like we're veering into some weird streets, but this is like a legit thing. Like women are going to be as fast as men at a certain point in time because they started they weren't allowed to do sports at the same period. So like in the next 50 years, women will be like putting up the same 100-meter dashes and whatever. So I think it's pretty cool. I don't know. If I were a girl dad, I'd probably be more into it, but I'm a boy dad. So it's like, this little idiot, he's losing his power position.
Totally agree there. It's just going to continue to progress. It's the Ronda Rousey effect. People look at Ronda Rousey like she was exceptional. Ronda Rousey was just the Hoist Gracie of MMA. She was the 1992 version of being really good. We're going to look back at that, 20 years later, and it's like, oh my God, she would have got raced by the 40th best woman in her division. It's everything. It's bigger, faster, stronger, clean across the board. It's wild to think about what sports were 30 years ago in comparison. There's just we're not talking about the same shit. Everybody is better.
Yeah, the old air conditioner repairman thing, the guy's traveling commercial and all that. But I mean, it's good to know. I think the main takeaway here, Ronda Rousey, Hoist Gracie, Greg Ehrenberg, 3 people, the Mount Rushmore, people who are advancing at a rate that is, Saturday basketball.
I mean, well, people do that wrong, where it's just if you want to compare the person to their own era, that's where you start to get the separations. If you want to compare LeBron and Jordan, for example, but when you're just looking at athletes, it's clean across the board. Whoever's playing today are the best ones that have ever existed, and it is not particularly close. Go look at any Olympic event. There's a reason that all of those Olympic records are just recent shit. Because everybody got bigger, faster, stronger. We don't have slower 100-yard dash times.
Yeah, Bill Russell did not have a hyperbaric chamber for himself. He just had racism. No. That was all he had that was fueling him.
Wilt Chamberlain did not have a hyperbaric chamber. He just slept inside 10,000 women.
And that's taking away energy. That's not adding.
I don't know. It depends on who you are. I bet he did. I bet he did very little work. A lot.
I don't know Wilt Chamberlain's habits. I can't say. Haven't seen the tape.
you get in bed with 10 other people, I have a feeling you need to just sit back and relax and let everybody else handle it. It's like a car. Like, you don't try to scrub your windows when you're going through the car wash. You just let it handle it.
You're right. You're right. Just let the squeegees do what they do around you. You just
you want to talk some football? You want to talk some football?
Yeah, I would love it.
I think that's what this show is for. 378 viewers, 59 likes. Before we go anywhere, I think we gave you the best start possible. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't done it already. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you know when everything goes live. Follow us both on Twitter. This one's really easy. It's just our names. Josh Engleman, which you will inevitably misspell. I get it. It happens. I'm used to it. Chris Spags, if you misspell that one, there's probably something wrong.
2 S's throw people off. I've seen people go Chris Pags, and it's like, no, there's another S in there. So it can happen. It happens to the best of us. Happens to the worst of us.
Like a snake.
Yeah.
Chris Spags. Anyway, let's talk football. We're going to start on the running back side because that's the only place that you could start. Because that's, I think, the most important place. And we got a lot of ownership coming in on the running back side. Tony Pollard at 7,500 is 23% owned. Breece Hall at 5,900 is 22% owned. Christian McCaffrey at 9,200 is 21% owned. We have 3 guys crossing the 20% barrier in 3 very different salary tiers. So I'm just going to say to you, do you like all 3?
I do think that Breece is a strong play, going against the Giants, a plus EV or a plus EPA run defense on the year. So that's something that always stands out to me. If you are bad defending the run, if you're giving up higher expected points added than the average team in the run game, tends to mean you're a hospitable spot. And that is where we see a lot of the ceiling games. And you also have with Breece, Dalvin Cook looking for a way out, had under 10 snaps the last time they played. Michael Carter had under 15 the last time they played. It was all Breece Hall last time out. So certainly some things you can nickel and dime about them saying like, hey, we're going to let Breece Hall loose now. But they are letting him loose relative to what this outlay has been to start the year. So I think Breece is one of those plays where he comes up so much in the Sims. I think he's kind of on a tier of his own with these 2 guys, even though Pollard and McCaffrey, we know the floor and ceiling are there in a major way. With Breece, he's so cheap, and I feel like he is the guy where don't think he gets to 50%, but I feel like people are so excited for like the Breece story. People have been waiting for him all offseason to get where he needs to go. He's going to be an easy, I think, 33% owned. And that kind of makes him inherently, to me, not the most favorable play. But I know, Josh, you view ownership a little bit differently than I do. For NFL, when I see a 33% owned running back, I'm like, okay, got to lean in, or I have to kind of go the other way and just hope somebody else can beat him.
Yeah, it sort of depends on the contest, too. Like in smaller field, he's going to pick up double that 22% that we're projecting right now. In the Millie, I assume it's probably in that like mid-20s range. Do you think he is the best point per dollar running back today?
I think so. I mean, I think at least in the projections, I would say he's the best point per dollar guy. And I think he's the one too, that $5,900 price tag, the projection, like that's why you get to him so much, that he's coming up easily in an optimizer. He's coming up easily in a sim. And I get it. Like, I think he's a good play. Definitely has 2 touchdown upside. We know he can break the big ones, but it's just, I don't know if you win the most money by playing him. And I think it's where I run into some issues where the Sims say one thing, but we know if Breece Hall puts up an 18-point day instead of a 25-point day, you're then in kind of dangerous territory where you have to really hit the nuts no matter what, but you have to like really, really hit the nuts if Breece has chalk, just gives you under a couple running backs in that range.
Giants defense, 27th in rush defense on PFF. Not that is like making a giant difference for me or anything. People have price tags. So you can play the worst rush defense and have a price tag $2,000 above what you should, and you're still a bad play. The matchup doesn't matter as much, but that does bode well for Breece Hall at the very least. I guess I should have included Alvin Kamara and Isaiah Pacheco because they're sort of in this same group. They're both projected for about 19% ownership. I shouldn't use 20 as the threshold. So we kind of have 5 guys that are separating themselves from the pack in ownership, and then everything sort of drops off after that. So let's look at those first 5 guys. You're going to need at least 2 of them for a cash game lineup, potentially a third. Who's the odd man out here at the top? Like, is it McCaffrey just because he's 9,200 and you're just going to Pollard and Breece Hall and you're paying up at wideout? Are you grabbing McCaffrey and Breece Hall and Tony Pollard's the odd man out because he's in like the mid tier of price? What's the more likely combination for you?
I would think the most likely combination for me would probably be I think it's Kamara and Pacheco if I'm not playing Brees, just because with Pacheco, you're getting some theoretical leverage on Brees, the similar price tag. And if Pacheco hits hard, snow game there, which the snow games, I know people worry about those a lot. There's been back-tested research by some of the sharp people out there doing data where the snow doesn't matter that much. Really cold games, really windy games above 30 miles per hour winds matter a lot. So I know people out there get spooked by snow. I wouldn't, and I especially wouldn't for a running back. I know Josh might remember this, but there was a snow game for the Eagles a couple years ago. I think they call it the Snow Bowl, and LaShawn McCoy went for 200 yards in that game, like juked everybody out of their shoes. So it hurts on both sides. I think Pacheco's an interesting play. The guy that I'm the most afraid of fading is Alvin Kamara, because Josh isn't going to care about this, or Josh is going to laugh at me for this, but I've created a stat, Josh, which is called the Spags score. And what it encapsulates is a lot of things. It's on Splash Play, which I do, of course, Monday to Friday, 11 a.m. Basically rolled in together a bunch of EPA metrics, volume metrics, and all that. Because Kamara's getting 27 touches a game, it doesn't even matter that he's not that efficient, because obviously like volume is king, but he's getting so much volume, so many targets, almost 10 targets a game. His workload is like unparalleled in the NFL right now. And he's one of those guys too that's consolidated his backfield instead of having other guys coming in. So like he's fought off Kendre Miller, he's fought off Jamal Williams, and he's still kept that earning of volume there. So I think for Kamara, he's the guy I'm the most afraid of here, but I think on just pure, value of it, I think you're going to see a lot of Brees Hall Pacheco lineups just because that works well and people can afford to get the better receivers on.
Did you workshop that one with your boy Aaron Schatz?
No, he's not my boy anymore because he went to. But no, the thing is, like, what I don't want to besmirch anybody here. What I learned from my time at Football Outsiders is that sometimes stats, maybe not as much goes into them as we see on the outside. I think, so if we can brand one and put my name on it, superior players in great spots, Spags score is the new DVOA. Man, you're saying. Did
you really acronymize that thing like that, or did you just come up with that right now?
It's one of my podcast partner, Pete Overzet. One of his least favorite bits that I do is I will acronymize everything. I think it's the most fun thing in the world. Like I start at probability ranked order by live yield. It's like a great mental exercise to force things into acronyms.
Like, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally or whatever.
Yeah, or SCUBA, right? Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus.
Oh yeah, that's a different one that no one knows.
People know SCUBA, I think.
I didn't. I mean, like I did. Let me be more specific. I did know that. I wouldn't have been able to recall that quickly. It would have took me a bit.
Yeah, I don't know why it came out that fast. I guess I had some
been there.
There flu this morning, so I must be humming on all cylinders.
Pusha T?
Yes, exactly. The Pusha T.
Okay. Where were we? I had something there. I actually had something important there, and I lost it. I don't know what it was. Couldn't have been that important. Look, let's be clear. Everybody watching this show knows I probably have said like 5 important things in the past 5 years. So I doubt it was as important as I think it was.
It was important to me.
Interesting top end, though, at running back. All right, I'm just going to put it to you now. If you're playing a cash game, who are your 2 cash running backs?
Cash running backs, I think, would be Brees and... I think I would go Pollard for cash just because it does feel like the field's going to be heavier on Pollard. But in terms of the ones that I would view as the safest, but still decently high owned, I think I would go Brees and Kamara personally. Okay, well then let's work our way through the salary tiers because it's interesting. We have McCaffrey at 9,200 and then it just falls off. We get Saquon Barkley at 8K and then you're in the 7s already. There is nothing else around McCaffrey. Is that a good thing for McCaffrey or a bad thing? I think it could be a good thing. I just wonder if people are going to be able to afford him as well as the ownership's projecting right now, with about 1/5 of the field expected to be playing McCaffrey today. 9,200 tough price tag, but yeah, you don't have the pivot points, no Kamara, or excuse me, no Eckler on this slate, so none of the obvious guys people like to go to instead of McCaffrey. So I suppose that does make him kind of interesting overall. I worry about McCaffrey's ownership. Like, I know he pushed through that last game, played every snap, but like he just keeps getting hurt a little bit every week. And I worry at some point you're just gonna be left holding the bag with him going out early and actually in a game. There was one game earlier in the year too where he like had his neck banged up. They were checking that on the sideline. The calf stuff that he's had, oblique most recently. It just always worries me if he's going to be that heavy against a really tough Cincinnati defense. It does get to the backfield pretty often, does also stop running back passes pretty well. But I think McCaffrey is an interesting tournament play always because Tony Pollard, we know he can get game scripted out. Breece Hall, we know at least theoretically can lose some opportunity just with a bad offense. Kamara maybe just doesn't get the workload that he's gotten. There's outs for all these other guys, whereas McCaffrey, you're getting 20 to 25 touches with a lot of high value touches in there. So I'll force my way to some of it for sure. But at 20%, I don't know what you're really getting if you do force your way there.
As we start to work our way down, do you have any interest in Saquon at 8K?
So Saquon, I really thought the matchup for him was last time out going against the Commanders. And there are certainly some cases where that happens. Like the Packers last time they played were a team that I certainly had a lot of faith in, and I'm willing to go back to them again this week because I think everybody's now out. But for a guy like Saquon, I just don't think he has that much juice anymore. This offense, not the best overall, certainly better with Tyrod Taylor than Daniel Jones, which will be the case again this week. But no Saquon for me. I feel like the price tag doesn't stand out as too appealing, and I just don't think he's that great of a player, to be honest.
Okay. Then we work our way down through the 7s. We've already touched on Pollard a little bit. Alvin Kamara ranking at the top of the Spags meter or whatever the hell it was called. I already forgot.
Spags score, Josh. Put some respect on the Spags score.
Spags score. Apologies. Spags meter works as well, I think. It's not all that different. No, but apologies for using the dead name of your metric.
How are we to get the brand out there?
The only other guy in the 7s that's pulling any ownership, because it's not Derrick Henry at 7,600. It's not really Kenneth Walker at 7K. Travis Etienne is getting at least a little bit of love at 11%. How is he looking to you in relationship to Pollard and Kamara? Does that ownership look fine? Should he be the guy? Because Henry, Mostert, even Kenneth Walker to a degree, not all that popular. Etienne is at least passing the 10% mark.
Yeah, I think Etienne's a fine play. I don't love the price tag for him, but I think that's more of a personal thing for me with him, where I still kind of in the back of my brain have him losing opportunity to guys in the past, even to start the year. But he's another guy like Kamara that has consolidated his backfield as the year has gone on. So you're seeing less Hasty, though Hasty I think is hurt, less Ernest Johnson, less of Bigsby. Absolutely, Bigsby's been a bust. So I think Etienne's in a good position going against a Pittsburgh team that should give up some pass game production here. And when we do see pass game production, they get into the red zone. It is a lot more Etienne than anybody else. Like guys like Evan Ingram don't even have a red zone target for the Jags. It just goes to Etienne, and if he gets it in, great. And he has been getting it in pretty well so far to start the year. So no issue with Etienne. He's just never a guy I'm flocking to, but I think the ownership for him feels about right. If you were to flip it with some of the other guys, I wouldn't be mad at you for it. I think that's a good game theory play. But he's not under 5% owned, which I think is where Etienne's kind of had the most value. Is that he'll give you 2 touchdowns under 5%. At 10% to 15%, maybe that doesn't carry you quite as far.
And then we move ourselves into the only really, and I don't want to say relevant, because we're going to have a couple guys that we could touch on at the bottom, but there's just this section of salary on DraftKings today that contains everybody. We've got DeAndre Swift, 6,300, 11% owned. Jonathan Taylor, 6,200, 11% owned. Pacheco, who we mentioned before. Bijan Robinson at 6K, north of 10% owned. Breece Hall, who we've already mentioned. And then Joe Mixon at 5,800, 13% owned. There's just this pack of dudes in salary in the same area. You could hot swap basically any one of these guys for another, and it's not going to be all that different. But they're soaking up, close to 100% of ownership just in that little tier. We've already touched on Breece. Obviously, he stands out above the list. Pacheco, we didn't really talk about a lot, but what do you see in this area? Do you like Swift, Taylor, Robinson, Mixon? Are any of those guys standing out more than the ownership is showing?
I wouldn't say that they're standing out more. I think this is a really flat week across everything. So there's more of a choose your own adventure vibe. And I think it comes down to the game stacks, the team stacks, and all of that. Like Bijan, I think is an interesting play coming off the huge disappointment last week of him being sick and then it not being put on the injury report that made for an awkward situation that, of course, Josh, all the sports books were conspiring with the NFL to hit those Bijan unders.
Yeah, for all those $8 bets people are putting in there. Oh, I had $2 left in my account. I threw it on this one. Oh, what they're in for me now. The NFL wants to take my money. It's they're gonna take that shit no matter what you do.
Yeah, so I think there's logic to go to Bijan because of that, and certainly a Tennessee matchup as well. That's tough on the run game. It can be a little more effective getting running backs out in the pass game. So you expect Tyler Algier to get stonewalled a good amount. Bijan can maybe get some short passes that he turns into big gains. So I don't mind him. I think this is the tough part for me of the week is I guess the one guy that would stand out, Zach Moss, is going to work out in the pregame, and that's something where if he doesn't feel right, they're not going to play him. If he doesn't go, Jonathan Taylor is the chalk play of the day and completely changes the slate. It's probably Taylor number 1 and then Breece number 2, because there's been 35 touches a game going in that Colts backfield, maybe more than that. So for Taylor to consolidate, that would be huge for him. So he's the one I really have an eye on, but I think Swift is okay. I guess Hurts stacks would be decently owned. So Swift comes with some leverage there, but Swift is basically the same ownership as Hurts. So it's not really leverage. I think everybody in this tier is okay, but I feel like the one guy to get unique, we have not hit on yet. And I don't actually know I have confidence in him. So we'll hit on him and we'll talk about that in a moment.
Well, talk to me a little bit about Kareem Hunt.
I have no thoughts on Kareem Hunt. I mean, I guess
I was just hoping that I guessed it perfectly and like we were going to just keep moving on. So, look, I don't have anything else to add for that section. That's just where the line is drawn. Nobody below Joe Mixon has double digits in ownership. You can kind of make a case for a whole bunch of dudes that look similar. So I'm going to just throw it to you now. Is it DeMercado? Is it Javonte Williams? Is it Miles Sanders? I don't know who you're about to name. Who's the guy that you have below Joe Mixon?
So I think that Dameon Pierce / Devin Singletary is kind of interesting just because of the matchup. I do expect the Texans to get a lot of success going out wide against a Carolina team that's really bad defending guys playing out wide, not just wide receivers, but guys literally running routes on the outside. On the year, Carolina giving up a 0.3 EPA to guys playing out wide. Nico Collins, Tank Dell have had tremendous success there. And you're also going against a Carolina team that's the worst in the league in terms of rushing EPA allowed. 0.04 EPA per rush, 0.3 EPA per red zone rush allowed. So if like Houston gets in the red zone, like this is the best spot for Dameon Pierce to have an outlier game. And I've been really down on him, to be clear. So this, for me to be touting him right now in any respect, I think is a big show of humility. I mean, but also I think for Dameon Pierce, he's just not as good as like Kenneth Walker, like guys making the leap year 1 to year 2. Kenneth Walker was inefficient last year. This year, he's great in every metric, avoiding tackles at the same rate and all of that. Dameon Pierce, less efficient at everything, avoiding less tackles and all of that. But this is a pristine matchup. I mean, we've seen Raheem Mostert have the game of all games against these guys. We've seen so many people beat up on this Carolina defense. And I think Stroud's going to have success. And I actually kind of think that Texans QB +3s are kind of interesting today with Pierce plus Tank and Collins or one of, Tank and I guess Schultz. It's a lot of ways I think that Houston can put up points today. So that's why Pierce is good to me. That said, Pierce did lose some snaps. It was the first time last week where he got less snaps than Devin Singletary. So I'll play a little bit of both of them, but I think they're both in good spots, both very cheap, and both get you off that price point a little bit more, I think, where if Brees fails and Pierce has a good day, I'm probably jumping a lot of the field.
I like it. I really just drew that line in the sand at Mixon. I ran my crunch as if I were playing 150 right at the beginning of the show. The most I have of anybody below Joe Mixon is 2.7% of Chuba Hubbard. Like I'm just not in that area. I am Mixon and above, but I like that shout out. Do you see anybody else where you could save some salary and feel at least okay about it?
I don't hate Gus Edwards. I think that he's like obviously last week coming off the big game, you worry a little bit that he's going to be able to do that 2 times in a row. But obviously the matchup against Arizona, one where if Baltimore puts it down again, you're going to see Gus probably working his way into the end zone once or twice again. Ravens in the hunt potentially for a trade for a running back. So maybe this is Gus's chance to show they might not have to do that. But Gus $5,300 salary or $5,500 salary, excuse me, I think is pretty good. He and Pierce / Singletary, I think stand out the most to me as being cheaper guys, still with mostly assured roles and some opportunity in front of them. And Gus, 20 points last week. Like I think this is the game where you expect Gus to maybe put up 20 again.
I like it. I like that shout. I don't need him to do well today, but I don't mind the shout. Always playing for the wife's fantasy league. I got to think about it now that NBA is here. Spoiler alert, I care a little bit less about the NFL, so I'm more willing to cheer for my wife's fantasy team. And Gus Edwards doing well would not help her out.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad thing. I think that's you got to have your interest. You have your interest varied. That's all that matters.
Absolutely. I'm gonna try. We've talked food lately before because do you have let's do this. Do you have anything else you want to talk about for the running backs?
No, I think most of these guys kind of are self-explanatory. Again, it's just a really if you guys have a lean out there, I think this is the week to really play whoever you have the strongest lean on. Like I'd be a little more reluctant to play a Derrick Henry in a tough matchup with Will Levis. Just Levis is not going to threaten things enough, I think, for Henry to be able to get the space he needs and the trade stuff around Henry. Supposedly not in the move, but it feels like the motivation could be waning a little bit for him as well. But besides that, everybody's in play this week. Like even Aaron Jones coming off the hammy again, limited in practice during the week, but still, getting out there should be good to go today. You really can play anybody you want today, but I would just really watch out for the Taylor thing. If Moss doesn't go, I think that's the one thing that completely changes the slate in a meaningful way.
Boom. So I mentioned we were talking about food recently. Today, I'm going to try a new food for myself for the first time. It's an amalgamation of foods. I don't want to say that like I'm going to eat a cucumber today. It's a prepared dish. The wife is going to make French onion soup, which I've never had.
Really? French onion soup is good. Actually, one of my favorite ones is TGI Fridays French onion soup, which is not a thing you
don't tell people that.
It's legitimately a very good one relative to what you'd expect. But I also I had that when I was a kid, so that probably keeps that, the sentimentality there. French onion soup is good though. I'm surprised you never had it. It's cheesy, it's bready, it's soup. It's got a lot going for it.
Okay, so those three descriptors, very helpful to me. Cheese, awesome. Bread, awesome. Soup, awesome. My problem, the onion part of it all. And to be fair, I don't really like the French either.
Yeah, the onion is good. It's definitely, a strong onion, like almost an aged onion kind of taste. But yeah, if it's made well, like the cheese and bread, like really, it's a nice soup. It's a unique soup. There aren't any soups like French onion that I'm aware of.
She was like, I'm surprised that you're willing to try it. I was like, I'll try it here. I don't order it in a restaurant because I don't want to pay to find out that I don't like the thing I don't expect to like. But I'm clearly happy to try this stuff in the house. So I'm excited. I get to have a little bit of fresh onion soup or French onion soup today. I assume my favorite part of this is going to be eating none of the onions, drinking the broth, and eating cheesy bread. But that's where we're at. It all sounds better than a Big Mac.
Oh, I'm sure it does. You're gonna be like a toddler. You're gonna take a bite and you go, nah, and then Katie's gonna have to make you chicken fingers, chicken tendies.
No. I'm a grown man. I will eat the whole bowl of soup for sure, but I might not eat all of the onions. Onions just don't sound like a thing that should have a soup for itself.
It's a nice flavor, and the onions themselves, like you don't taste the onions; they just kind of become, like soup vegetables, where they get that, the little bit of a sogginess to them, I guess. But the flavor of onion, it's like more like like do you like sour cream and onion dip? Like it's got kind of that vibe too, flavor wise. Yeah.
Mark Bornman says, Josh, as a former chef, you would be a nightmare to cook for. Not at all. There's unless it's an actual full tomato, I'll eat literally every dish. Whether or not I like it or not is besides the point. But I'm not going to be like, ew, yucky. No, get that away from me. If I show up at a nice restaurant for a tasting menu and I have no idea what's coming, every single one of those courses is getting eaten. Unless they're like, this is a tomato 6 ways. I might have to step out on that one. But otherwise, I'm not a picky eater.
I'm glad because it does. I will say, like, obviously, I've known Josh for years. Through the context of talking about stuff on our streams, it does sound like you're like literally a child with some of the ways you eat. So I'm glad you're just like eating the food instead of going like, no, thank you.
Now, like, do I find lettuce on a burger disgusting? Yes. Is it going to change my day? Like, I wouldn't have to like send it back. I wouldn't care at all. I would eat it. Nothing's going to change. It's just not as appealing to me. There's a difference.
I demanded no lettuce, and you throw the burger off the table.
No. I love all cuisines. I have a visceral reaction to a whole tomato from an experience as a child. That's the only reason that one exists. It took me a while to get over the condiments portion of it all, but otherwise, I'm down for anything. I don't have any like no-goes.
Sorry to hear that you've been abused by a tomato.
I fell on a rotten one when I was a kid, and it like stank and made me throw up. So like I can't shake it. It's kind of like the skull tasting like olives for me. Like both of those are just childhood memories ingrained in my brain.
Some childhood, the traumatic tomato,
something like that. Guys, let's talk the sponsor for today. I don't want to miss anything here for Owner's Box. They rule the roost around these parts for NFL shows. You guys should sign up. You're going to get 2 things. And I think they're basically the 2 best things you can get in the DFS industry right now. 1, you're going to get a deposit bonus at Owner's Box upwards of $500. Whatever you put in, they're going to match that amount. I put in $500 before the week 1 start. I have cleared my entire bonus. I got a free 500 bones from Owner's Box just by signing up. I didn't have to do anything extra. Not to mention, for the first couple of weeks of the season, they were giving me the best contest in the industry to enter. Great payout structure. I don't have to worry about kickers and defense. I was able to play super flex, which is awesome. And I was getting some overlay and some reduced rake. Couldn't have been any better. Still a great contest. 100K up top. 100K prize pool, 20K up top for the Owner's Box kickoff contest. And the easiest way for you to enter that, again, sign up using the link in the description of this video. You get that deposit bonus, and you get 1 week of our NFL Sims package. It works for Owner's Box. generate an entire contest structure of 10,000 lineups or 5,000 lineups if you want to. Since the player pool is only 7,700, you can go either direction if you want. You'll generate that in like a minute. Simulate all of those lineups against each other. Get ROI data for players, for stacks, for the entire lineups themselves. If you want to move people around, give people a boost, all you're going to do is just give yourself the best possible lineups you can get for the things that you're looking for. Don't sleep on this deal. If you're looking to try out some of the tools at Stokastic, take advantage of the bonus offers at Owner's Box as well. Even if it's just $100 that you put in 100, get another 100, and still get that week of NFL Sims. Click the link in the description. Don't sleep on it, guys. Great contest. $20K to first. You can enter this Owner's Box contest with the free tools at Stokastic and walk away today with $20K in your account. That can happen. I'm not making that up. Go do it right now. Want to talk wideouts?
Yeah, would love it.
Is it looking better than running back is for today?
I mean, yes and no. I think the slate overall is really the most like no screaming values, no screaming chalk, really. So you're going to make your own choices. But like Tyreek is the chalk at wideout, which we're going to talk about now. And, that's one that I don't even fully believe he's going to be as highly owned as he is because it's just not the kind of matchup people flock to. So it is a weird week for every position, but we'll get there throughout this process during the course of the stream.
Highest owned wide receiver is Tyreek Hill. He doesn't cross the 20% mark. 19.2. I don't even think it's all that interesting to reference ownership for wide receivers today. I don't really think it's all that important. So let's just go to the top of the salary tier. 9,500 for Tyreek Hill, 9K for Cooper Kupp, and then you fall off $900 to Jamar Chase and then AJ Brown at 8K. If you are looking for a pay up wide receiver, are you just going straight to Tyreek Hill or do you have an alternative?
I think that Tyreek's okay. I have no issue with him, though. Sim-wise, I am projected to be flat with the field right now in terms of my ownership. I think AJ Brown's probably the most interesting to me just because. So I worry about AJ Brown a little bit. Like it feels like I'm now getting to AJ Brown a little bit too late in the cycle where he keeps putting up these big weeks. He's been the squeaky wheel, yelling at Jalen Hurts on the sideline. But now against Washington, like he's in another good spot. Washington's probably the softest matchup he's faced on this run that they've had of putting up a lot of big games. And I really do think that he's a guy that can give you a similar floor ceiling combo to Tyreek. Different price tier, obviously. So you're not getting the same kind of one-to-one that you might be getting with the Cooper Kupp. But AJ Brown's my favorite out of these guys, I think. And I would say for the game theory of it, Kupp busting his chalk last week, Puka going off. I think Kupp has some appeal there. My child is apparently trying to break into the studio as you speak. So that's not distracting.
What up, Luca?
Yeah, Luca's dying. He's like, it's not a basketball stream, so I need to get some Luca mentions in. But I like AJ Brown. I think Brown's probably my favorite play out of the group. But Kupp, I think, makes a lot of sense just buying where there's some blood in the streets. That's always a thing where we know he's got a 40-point ceiling. He can beat all these guys in this tier, and I think that I should probably force my way to him more, even though I'm more naturally getting AJ Brown.
Okie dokie. Well, let's work our way down then. 7K range. Puka, CeeDee Lamb, Jalen Waddle, Brandon Ayuk. Waddle, the low man in that group. Ayuk, the high man in that group. Do you see anybody that stands out more than the others in the 7Ks?
I think Waddle makes some game theory sense, but he's kind of like Devontae Smith, where neither of them have had the same ceilings they've had last year, whether that be, there is kind of a league-wide trend of the 1A receivers / number one receivers, like really getting fed more this year across the board and getting fed more efficiently. And I don't know why that is exactly. Could be the too high safety stuff out there. There's a lot more Tyreeks and AJ Browns than there are big games for Devontae's, T. Higgins, those Waddle, those kind of guys. But I think the guy that stands out the most to me is going to be Brandon Ayuk. Again, another guy that did big disappointment of the showdown slate was the chalk play of the day on Monday Night Football when Christian McCaffrey was banged up and Debo's out. Now it's the same situation again, but Ayuk isn't going to get quite his own 12% ownership. He hasn't had the big box score days either, so I think people can kind of nickel and dime that. But he's one of the most efficient receivers on the league. I do expect the Niners to be a little more aggressive today, just because of the fact they've been playing so slow, so lethargic, playing the same way they have last year, basically, where the defense could do everything. I think if they're smart, they're pressing this offense into action a little bit more. If that's the case, if Brock Purdy can throw more, deep throws than the 2 times a game he's throwing right now, Brandon Ayuk could actually have like a 150-yard day with 2 touchdowns, and it wouldn't be shocking. So he's the one that stands out the most to me. I think he's got a pretty big ceiling that we haven't seen, yet necessarily.
All righty. Let's go to the 6Ks because then we start to get really interesting. Metcalf, Smith, Thielen, Pittman, Olave, Garrett Wilson, Amari Cooper, Tyler Lockett, the only guy in double digits in ownership, just like everybody would have expected in week whatever the hell this is in the NFL. Adam Thielen, 6,600, 14% owned. One of the more owned wide receivers on today's slate. How do you feel about this Adam Thielen renaissance?
Well, I hate it because I'm a big best ball drafter and I did not take Adam Thielen once because that was the thing you did. That's how you prove your credibility, is going, Adam Thielen, he sucks. He's old. He's a dust ball, and you don't draft him. And now it turns out he's in the least progressive offense in the world, and he's getting actually, open pretty well on this 4-yard slants over and over again. So that's working out for him. The one risk point for Adam Thielen that I would say is he is a casual fan, a casual player's darling. People have been playing Adam Thielen for weeks because they know the name. They think he's good from his Minnesota days, and now he's in a new spot where he's the number one receiver. But there's a risk point with Thielen that they do have a new offensive coordinator, or new play caller rather, who's their offensive coordinator, Thomas Brown. Comes from a Rams hierarchy there, so maybe should feed Thielen similarly to what he's been in the past. But there's opportunity whenever there is a new play caller coming in that things could change just enough that Thielen doesn't get there. So I think he's a risky point. I actually think that I think he might end up the chalkiest receiver on the slate. I don't know if that sounds crazy, Josh, but like in a flat week where he's been going off and he's like a casual name, I think he could go for 25% ownership and be the only guy like 25% or more, and it wouldn't shock me. It
wouldn't shock me at all. It's wild. It's wild how this Thielen thing is happening. It's really not fun to watch either.
Yeah, I don't think he's good. But he's like, being a veteran receiver who's the only guy that can kind of get open is an important part. And Mingo's playing a lot of snaps. So like at a certain point, like I don't think Mingo's good either. But I think that he at least is going to get fed targets at a certain point to pay off the draft capital. But Thielen is just out there, and I would watch out. If you're playing him because you're like, oh man, he's a little bit under-owned with how good he's been, I don't expect him to be under-owned by the time we actually get to lock.
Do you like anybody else in the 6K that just like stands out as your dude?
Pittman's kind of interesting just because of the fact that like people are going to flock to Josh Downs a little bit more, and Pittman quietly, squeaky wheel narrative for him as well. Did complain a little bit about not getting the ball in that loss last week, but did have a great touchdown, a 75-yard catch and run in that game as well that he is not normally known for. So I think there's some things there that could make sense. People love Josh Downs. Downs has been great, but Pittman is the most direct leverage on him in terms of like a ceiling day taking away from another guy. So I think Pittman makes sense there. And besides that, Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, I think still up in the air about if he's going to go or not, unless something's changed this morning. So I think for Metcalf, that's another player too, where if we don't see Lockett go, Metcalf could benefit the same way that JSN did last week when Metcalf was out. And that'd be huge for him because he's just really not getting enough targets, but he's been great when he actually has been getting targets.
In the 5K range, Zay Flowers at 5,600 is the high mark of ownership. How are you feeling about Zay Flowers, and who else do you see in the fives that you've got your eye on?
Zay, I don't mind. I'm getting a little bit more in the field there, barely though. But Zay, I think, is a fine play as well. This Baltimore offense clicking in the right ways. I certainly think that it's logical that he'd be chalk, and double stacks with him and Andrews. Not a bad thing against Arizona either, even though we do know that Gus and Lamar are going to take a certain amount off the table there. Pickens coming along for some Pickett stacks for me that I have, which I'll see if those hold because I don't know if I trust the Pickett stack, but he's so cheap that I guess it can make some sense to go there. But yeah, I think it's really Zay and Pickens to me. Nico as well. Actually, Nico I should plant a flag for because I do like Houston doubles. Nico and Tank Dell, a fairly cheap double to get to with really explosive. We both know those guys have 30-point upside. So that's one to me that I absolutely will very much highlight and will be a priority for me is Houston doubles with Tank and Nico, and then maybe triples with Dameon Pierce or Singletary as well.
Pickens ahead of Deontay Johnson for you?
Yeah, I am not a Deontay believer. He's coming up a lot in the Sims. I get it. Like, I think Deontay's fine. They do should be seeing a lot of man defense in this game, which does benefit Deontay Johnson a little bit more than it does Pickens. But Pickens to me is like the explosive play guy. Deontay is the PPR point guy. They both have their use cases, but I don't want to go to Deontay on a week where it does feel like he'll be decently owned. 14% ownership projected for him. I think 14 to 20 would not shock me for Deontay because he's pretty cheap. And the cat, again, people love Deontay. I know that because I don't like Deontay, and people bitched at me at Twitter all summer that I don't like Deontay.
Okay. In the sub 5K range, Tank Dell's in double digits of ownership, Kendrick Bourne in double digits of ownership. Are they your preferred sub 5K guys? Who are your pay downs if it's not those dudes?
I think, yeah, I agree. It's Tank and Bourne for me. Josh Downs still fine at 4,800. Again, I think that people might go there a little bit more than the 7% ownership projected right now, just because Downs is a buzzy player. He's kind of, I think, playing like what people thought JSN was going to play like, and Downs is held up, even with the shift over from AR to Gardner Minshew. So I get that play, and I think that he's probably a solid one. If he's going to be under 10%, I think he's actually a more solid play. If he's closer to these other guys, which I think is where he's going to be, a less solid play at 10 to 15%. But I would say Tank, Downs, Kendrick Bourne, probably not going to Dotson. JSN gains in value a little bit if we do see Lockett go out. A tough matchup against Cleveland, but still a guy that 4,300 you can get your way there. But I think that's probably about it. I feel like besides getting some DJ Chark and some lineups with Bryce Young, Chark I don't have a lot of faith in.
Any Michael Gallup?
He's okay. I have no issue with Michael Gallup. I think that he's not like the upside's there. The last time that he played in a meaningful way where there's big ownership coming to him was in a showdown slate where he was like too cheap for his role, and he dropped a bunch of touchdowns and had a day basically where anybody who did play him as chalk almost got paid off, and then it ends up going Brandon Cooks' way. But Gallup's usage is pretty strong. The routes are pretty strong. I think he's an okay play overall, but just like Cowboys stacks to me, never the most appealing just because I don't believe in the play calling and all that there. The 3,400 for Gallup is just like a stupid price tag. He and Rondale Moore just like way too cheap for the roles. Mingo too, like 3,400 is a lot of guys who could play who are very cheap.
1,500 people in here. I've been asleep at the wheel today, guys. Only 185 likes. I need your help. We need to make up for this right now. If you are here listening to this show, hit that thumbs up. It helps us out a ton. I wanted to get this one to 500 by the time we turn this one over to the NFL Deeper Dive crew. They are coming up next. You're going to get Loughy and Ben breaking it all down. You get an NFL Live before lock from 12 to 1. We don't change this stream all the way until 1 p.m. You also get NFL Showdown live before lock later tonight. But hit that like button, guys. I don't think you can get to 400 just like me talking it through right now, but that is the goal. So if you want to be a part of the goal, click that like button. Let's get us up to 400 likes. Let's head on over to the tight end spot. Travis Kelce, 8,400, $2,000 more expensive than Mark Andrews, but no Taylor Swift today. What are we supposed to do?
Honestly, like, it's insane. That feels kind of like it matters. It does. Like the sample size is now big enough that he's had 100 yards average with Taylor Swift in attendance, and then like 65 in games of that, which is still great for tight ends. I don't mind Kelce, but at 8,400, no Taylor Swift. All the things are aligning to not play Kelce this week, I think, for that front. But he's an okay play. It's just the price tag. I don't know how you get to it. Sim wise, actually not sure that I'm getting to Kelce very much at all. I'm getting a lot of McBride. I think the reason to go to Kelce this week would really be that you are putting yourself on a completely different tier than the Trey McBride people who are going to be jamming him in a lot as the cheap value play. So there is a good tournament theory to go to Kelce this week, and he's not as chalky. But God, that price tag is tough. I mean, like, Josh, do you have any kind of tournament thoughts on this? Because like, you're putting yourself completely separate from a large, very obvious chalky play, which I like to do. Dayron Sharp, shout out him in his 3 minutes the other day. But Travis Kelce here, Josh, is like so expensive. I don't know what to do with him.
I mean, who's a better play, Travis Kelce or AJ Brown?
I think AJ Brown. A little bit
Travis
cheaper.
Kelce or Jamar Chase?
I would take Kelce in that spot. Okay.
Look, I mean, you're wide open for a 2 tight end set. If you want to get the chalk of Trey McBride at 2,800 and save some salary, you could also go to $8,400. Like, if you're going to do that, $8,400 Travis Kelce as the second tight end is not the same sort of thing as like, oh, I went Trey McBride and Noah Gray, like Travis Kelce is going to get a different sort of workload. You're not necessarily playing 2 tight ends. That said, when I ran my stuff, I didn't get him. I got to TJ Hawkinson, Evan Ingram, Jake Ferguson, and what I think we're going to be in agreement for as the cash play, Trey McBride at 2,800.
Yeah, I actually the exact same group for you. It's McBride, Ingram, Ferguson, Kittle, and Kelce for me as my top 5 there. And yeah, McBride, certainly a solid player, should absorb about 6 targets a game from Zach Ertz. Obviously, probably won't get the full 6. But if that's the case, we are talking about maybe 7 to 8 targets a game for McBride, which would put him immediately in terms of usage amongst the top tight ends in the league. Just the question is, like, do you think McBride gets there? Do you think the game script will be enough? Do you think it's going to work against Baltimore? I really have nothing to nickel and dime about McBride besides the fact that, like, I imagine he's going to be very highly owned, and he's probably the value play of the week who gets jammed in a lot. So I like Josh is saying, if you play McBride, I think I'd be more inclined to play him in 2 tight end sets without a cheap tight end. McBride, though, you're going to be holding hands with a lot of the field if you just play McBride as your tight end and nobody else.
Do you have any tight end thoughts for anybody else that you would want to touch on? It's not that kind of position, so I'm kind of asking you wholesale.
No, I think the Ingram thing, I'm just going to point out one flaw in his game where he's just not getting red zone targets. It's not gotten a single red zone or inside the 5-yard line target on the year, which does sort of cap the upside a little bit. Obviously, at a certain point, he can get there, but we're now basically halfway through the season and we haven't seen it happen yet. So it's not a great usage pattern for him in terms of the opportunity you're expecting for a guy that's going to pick up a good amount of ownership, but still an okay play. Like I think tight end this week is just the same as it's been, the last few weeks, where you have your high value guys like Kelsey and Andrews, a tier of their own. Hockenson, I would put, a distant group behind them, but still, similar play. And then I guess Taysom Hill, maybe a little more live again this week, just putting up solid games with more opportunity to go out there. Nobody's playing him, 4K salary. Taysom Hill, I guess, is one that I would not plant a flag for, but I think you can force your way to. And if he has that unicorn 30-point day, you are probably in a tremendous spot to actually win a tournament.
I wish Taylor was going to be there. It's more fun.
I agree. Like for whatever people want to nickel and dime, like I think the NFL has been annoying about it. Absolutely. In terms of just over promoting. And that's what makes people feel like it's a marketing thing. There's clearly a star power there that she's bringing to every event. So I'm not mad. I'm not the biggest. Taylor, to me, again, like Chinese water torture in this house for me, where it's just hearing it nonstop being forced into my brain. But still, like it's something with Taylor that I think she's bringing something special for Kelsey. Like you can't ignore 30 more points or 30 more yards a game in average. Like that's batshit.
It feels so different than Jessica Simpson and Tony Romo did.
It's like, I get why people hate it because it does feel fake. Like it does feel like it's like a thing that they set up to have a viral moment. But that said, like Taylor doesn't need that at this point. Like she's the biggest star in the world. She sold more tickets than anybody probably ever has and ever will. So I think it's a fun plot line to have. And she's not too hard on the eyes, right, Josh?
Yeah. I saw somebody talking about it, and I think this is just like the universal thought process. It's like a weird thing to think about, and then you look at it and you're just like, oh well, she's still part of a person that grew up and was just like, wait, I'm dating like a 6'5" yoked NFL player that is like charismatic and handsome, and he's just like, yo, I'm dating the #1 musical star on the planet. Like eventually that stuff just comes together, and it's like, yeah, these are just 2 young people, real good looking, just being like, let's have a fun couple months, man. They don't show up on our Tinders, like,
no,
they get to operate life different.
Well, I know from the wife that Taylor only dates emaciated British guys. So it's a big shift for her in a lot of ways to be going to this big hunky, most successful podcast in the world too. Like Travis Kelce's quietly killing. That was the thing I was saying to my wife too, where it's like Travis Kelce is like, he's not as famous as Taylor, but he's like a kind of a big fucking deal right now in this moment in time. And it's certainly been a great in his sport. So I like the fit. I hope they have big babies that can play music and be, I don't know, play tight end, I guess.
Speaking of emaciated British people, the wife just saw the 1975 in Charlotte. Are you a 1975 fan?
I think they do. I like Chocolate. Chocolate's a good song.
Okay. I don't know any of it. So I just hear her singing it in a bad British accent pretty regularly through the house.
Oh, also, we did lose SC in the chat. Okay, I'm out, LMAO. Hopefully they don't waste time on this in the LBL show. Geez, sorry we wasted this 5 minutes. Not even 4 minutes talking about Taylor Swift here. Guys, you be comfortable in your sexuality enough to talk about Taylor Swift while talking football.
It was a 4-hour show, man. We got to fill it with something. 1,700 people, 300 and something likes. If you want, it'll help me out a lot. Hit a like button to say goodbye to SC. Good riddance. Come back at Live Before Lock if that's what you're looking for. But for those of you that are still here, hit the like button in order to celebrate. Chat just got incrementally better. Nothing else for tight end?
No, I don't think so. Dalton Schultz, again, I think Houston Stacks to me a priority. That does grade out well in terms of sim ROI, so I'll be there. But I got a little David Njoku. I don't know. David Njoku, I don't want to be mean, but he really got burnt alive. Like, I don't want to. I don't trust that you can play good football after being seared alive a couple of weeks ago, like a fine steak. So, I don't know. Like, tight end is what it is. You should probably play more Kelsey and Andrews than you're going to play, just because of the fact that so much McBride out there. If McBride busts and puts up 4 points, you can get so much on the field by playing an elite tight end.
I dropped my pen. RS said, "Is this DFS or The View?" If this were The View, who would you be? Are you Joy Behar?
I don't know who's on The View anymore. Barbara Walters.
I'm
dead,
very
right?
clearly Whoopi.
So,
I don't even think it's up for debate.
I could be Joy Behar, I suppose. And Loughy in the chat as well saying, thanks for doing your best to kill all the viewership going to the deeper dive, fellas. I think we've proven there's a strong correlation between getting views and Taylor Swift. I mean, that's been proven time and time again. Yeah. So sorry.
Loughy's just not comfortable talking Taylor Swift. That's not his vibe.
Oh no. If only she had some radical conspiracy theories, then he'd be like, wow, she's the biggest star in the world.
I was trying to think of like some sort of musical act I can put on Loughy in this moment, but I don't have any idea.
The Glenn Beck jug band. That's what Loughy would listen to.
Chalk defenses. Seahawks are at 12%. Falcons are at 13%. Who's the cash defense today?
Falcons, I think, is the cash defense. Getting them a lot, getting them in 40% of the sims. So I have no issue going to them this week, even though, again, chalky Ds can be what they are, but Will Levis is just such a bad prospect. And Malik Willis has made some strides, but he also is not the best at what he does either. So Falcons D, I think, is it. And honestly, it's not even close. I'm getting 3x more Falcons D than any other defense.
I got a ton of the Falcons D. Seahawks are second. I did get to the Jags and the Vikings, but this is defense, folks. Of all the things that you can do today, this is the one where I'm going to let the Sims just handle it.
Yep, I agree.
It's 9:52, folks. We have about a couple minutes before we duck on out of here. Turn this one over to the NFL Deeper Dive crew. Loughy and Ben are going to give everybody exactly what they're looking for. A game-by-game breakdown over the course of 90 minutes, giving you every single thing that you need. Spags and I are the DFS fluffers in the industry. We are getting everybody ready for the goods. So you should understand. Look, we have a show that is watched by like 99% men. Our thought process before this started was like, how can we rope in the women? And I know what you guys are thinking. Obviously, the good looks are just going to get you there. The women are just going to tune in to see myself and Spags. We could read the phone book and it would get over. However, if we bring up Taylor Swift, maybe we make that 99.1 turn into 95.5. That would be a great switch for us. So to the ladies that are watching the show, that Taylor Swift talk was for you. Quarterbacks for today. Last thing we could do, hit the like button. Let's run it north of 400 likes before we get to the deeper dive. We've got a couple quarterbacks that we need to talk about. 13% ownership coming into Lamar, taking on the Arizona Cardinals. 11% coming into Dak Prescott, taking on the Rams. They are the two highest owned quarterbacks. Is Lamar the cash guy today?
I think so. Lamar with the rushing upside as well. A tough price tag for him. Like, I think the obvious cash guy would have been Sam Darnold, but Brock Purdy is going, so that kind of ruins that one. But Lamar, good matchup. Really nothing to nickel and dime about what he's going against with Arizona. High total as well. 27 implied points for Baltimore. Yeah, I guess he probably would be the cash game. For tournaments, I prefer Jalen Hurts a little bit more, just because I think Washington can keep that competitive enough. And even if they don't, Washington passes above expectations so much more, and they're not good at it. So they just kill the clock a lot by passing so much. As a result, more possessions to go around. So I prefer Jalen Hurts for tournaments, but Lamar, I think, is got to be the cash game QB.
Who are your quarterbacks for today? I think you're going to mention CJ Stroud at some point in time, but what else you got your eye on?
I like Stroud. I think this is kind of a dumpster diving week for me at QB, where Derek Carr, another guy who grades out pretty well sim-wise. I know people were asking about Rashid Shaheed before because we didn't mention him in that wide receiver tier of cheap guys. Carr, obviously, I'll take him with whoever he drags along with because he has to have like a double or honestly probably a triple stack to get there, but at least a double with outliers. So Carr, I think, looks okay. Purdy, given the decent ownership that I'll have towards Ayuk and McCaffrey, I think looks a lot of a better play because of the result of him just coming along with those guys. Coming off concussion as well. Weird concussion thing. He's the first guy to actually beat concussion protocol in 1 week this year. I don't know why that is, but he did. So Brock Purdy being out there, I think I would take that at face value and treat him well. And Jordan Love at under 1%. He's killed me in every possible spot. Nobody wants to play Jordan Love anymore. I think this is a week where I will play some Jordan Love again, just because he has killed me so much. He's killing my best ball teams right now, though he's actually not playing that badly, but what he's doing for his stacks is killing my teams. I'll go there again because Minnesota's defense is not that good. And again, just nobody's going to be there because of him bombing so badly against Denver.
Most exposed quarterbacks that I have, Trevor Lawrence at 12%, and then it's really flat after that. Hurts, your boy Stroud, Dak Prescott, all at 10%. But I see quarterback way flatter than I have over most of these weeks. I don't necessarily have anybody that immediately jumps out that I want to get to.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm getting sim-wise a little more Pickett and Dak. I'm not sure if I'm going to hold that because Pickett ownership is not that high. I guess I can go there. Just I have no faith in Pickett at this point being able to actually create value for a stack. But I agree. Like this is the theme of the week, and I'm curious to see what Ben and Loughy say coming up next. But like, there's no games here where you're like, God, I got to get some of this game. Like I think for me, the Houston Carolina game is about as close as it gets. But even then, it's like, it's just everybody looks the same. The prices are fairly efficient. So this is a week where if you want to play whatever QB, you can. If you want to play Russ, like go ahead. I couldn't shit on anybody for any play because they're all functionally the same play. And just gonna be whatever stack hits that we don't foresee right now.
Well, I don't want to hear about the kinks of the McAfee guy. So not Pat, by the way, the guy that had the antivirus software. You can Google that one if you want to know how weird that gets. Spags, any final thoughts on this NFL slate before we turn it over to the deeper dive crew? We got over 400 likes. You guys are the best. Thanks for hitting that thumbs up. Don't be afraid to continue to do it. Spags, final thoughts on the slate.
I just appreciate everybody watching as always here and dealing with all the variants, the journeys that Josh and I take along the way. But this week is really one where I expect it to be lower scoring. I really think that you can get away with playing whatever game you want. If there's an inkling you have, if there's something that Loughy and Ben mentioned up next that really strikes a chord with you, just follow your hunch and play it because people are just playing guys that project okay. Nobody's standing out in a meaningful way. And I think this is the week where if you're a player take guy and you want to really go for the gusto, like you can go for it. But I expect a lot of flat exposures otherwise and kind of a mess slate where you're not going to have any huge stands.
Another day in the books, folks. Don't go anywhere. Stay on this stream. Sign up at Owner's Box. Sign up for Bet365. Both of those links are going to be in the description. Thanks to Jordan for being the producer. Thanks to Spags for joining me on this show. Go Liverpool! Nottingham Forest sucks. You ain't shit, Ariel Helwani. We're out of here. Peace.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to the NFL Deeper Dive, where we talk about football and not Taylor Swift. Yeah, that's fresh, huh? Nice little change of events here. I'm Dave Locker with Ben Rasa, again, talking football for a 13-game slate. Man, 13 games, 45 minutes NFL, 15 minutes Taylor Swift.
What did I miss?
Taylor Swift talk.
All right. Well, I'll have to go back and watch that.
It
But
seems our friends Chris Spags and Josh Engleman are actually really
Swifties?
excited about the idea that Taylor Swift is featured 15 times on every week. I bet they
Well-
like National Tight Ends Day as well.
there we go. All that's in the past. Unless she's in Denver today. I don't know. Don't really care. There's a lot of games to get to. This is a big slate. Like I always forget that the NFL goes backwards with buys. I don't know about you. Did you do that? I'm always like, all right, buys are here. Oh no, just kidding.
Did I do it? Dude, I have a video on the Odd Shopper channel that's picks for every game. Did I
I'm
do?
aware.
Yes, of course I did that. I'm like, oh, nice. Week 8, we'll get some. Let's see how many buys. And it's like, there are no buys on week 8 or week 12. Fuck. 16 games. Yeah. Anyway, happy to have you guys with us. We love doing this show with you every single week. I will say, Josh knows how to garner some likes, some thumbs up. Almost at 500 out of the gate. That's pretty good.
Not bad. We'll see where we go. I have a feeling it's going to be a very good day. So we'll see. We'll monitor.
We'll see. Anyway, take a single second, atone for your sins here on the Deeper Dive on a Sunday morning. You should be at church, but you're not. You're here watching NFL content. The least you can do is give some gifts up to the football gods. No, for real though, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. That stuff goes a long way. We appreciate you for it. And obviously joking about Josh and Spags. They do a fantastic show every single week. Jeremy Loughy, this is my church. We're all going to hell, man. Oh, God. How you feeling today, man? We got 13 games. By the way, have you seen some of these totals?
I mean, they're low. I mean,
they're not just, some of them have come down even more. We have a 35. It's the lowest we've seen on the season.
Good. Bring it down. That's fine. I've been in the college football streets. I've been dealing with those for a while. No, I feel good. Good Saturday.
Man.
Got good momentum. I like these matchups, not just from a betting standpoint. We'll sneak in some bets on this show, but looking at the slates, pretty excited and see where you go, because there's a lot of questions still on the slate. I will say that's my one maybe caveat. A lot of unanswered questions.
In terms of injuries or just in terms of what directions you're taking with the slate?
I think a little of both, more so just some of these pieces. You know, we did our first look show on Tuesday. I'm interested to see what you've moved off of. You mentioned some of these totals have really come down. We've got some status updates. So I think some things have changed between now and then.
Just from like an injury standpoint, the one thing that jumps out to me wouldn't be the fact that Mike Vrabel said that Will Levis and Malik Willis will get some snaps today. That should be fun, right?
That team.
Yeah. Yeah, they're only 2.5-point dogs, though. That game has a 35-point total. So that tells you all you need to know. New York Jets and Giants is at 36. And if I had to bet that, I would bet the under on 36, honestly. I'm not sure how they score. The biggest piece for me, and I don't know where you're at on this, because I expect guys like Darren Waller to play. I expect Mostert to play. Curtis Samuel's kind of whatever. I mean, that's not to say he doesn't have any relevance to the slate, but the big one for me is Zach Moss. I know it's not the best matchup against that Saints run defense, but if Zach Moss ends up sitting, with the frequency, the volume that this team's been running the ball lately, we saw both of those guys, Taylor and Moss, get 18 carries last game. They're involved in the passing game. If Zach Moss sits, that to me changes a lot on this slate. I'm not sure there's anything else. To me, that's the biggest piece I'm waiting on. What about you?
Absolutely. That would change everything, because we talked about, you know, the just pure volume at that team. So we'll see that. We'll monitor the weather. I don't know about you, Luffy, like monsoon rains.
You always say that, and it's probably like you always
it's not like
say
a drizzle,
shit, and then it ends up being like a sprinkle.
This is F5, category 5. I'm in the eye of the storm, even though I think that makes it calm. You don't even understand what's going on here.
I guarantee it's probably not even windy.
It's I see. It's like in Twister. I see a cow outside the window. There's debris. It is dangerous here.
Where's May at? Where's your girl? Is she in the vicinity?
May.
What is her actual thoughts on this? How bad is it, May?
How bad is it? Scale 1 to 10. Yeah, she said, I'm not going out there. Good job. That's true.
Living with it. You don't go out there when it's sunny.
That's true. I'm definitely not going out there. It's dangerous.
All right. It was raining a little bit today, but nothing crazy.
Okay.
Anyway, so I guess you're fading all the games in the Northeast.
I don't even know how they're going to play, but we will break them down. We'll see what we can get.
All right. Well, glad you guys are hanging out with us today. We got a lot to talk about. Ben's in New York, by the way, for those of you that were wondering. I would assume it's bad, but it's nothing like Twister when everyone's getting killed inside of the barn you're talking about.
This is half Twister, half Dante's Peak. Like it's very dangerous right now.
All right. Well, let's get into it. We got 13 games to touch on. I think it's probably fair to assume that we're going to touch on every game. We always do. And then we'll turn it over to Eric and Matt Gajewski for Live Before Lock. But I assume there are a few games that we're going to spend a decent amount less time on than others.
And that's just the nature of a slate this big. It doesn't mean there are no plays in some games, but I can tell you right off the bat, there are a couple games where I'm going to give you a name or two and say that's about all I want.
All right, fair. Now, the first game, I don't think that's going to be the case, but I want to get your thoughts here because, I've seen a lot of projections and our tools ran the Sims tool, and we can get into this as well. Not necessarily as much as I was expecting from the Eagles. They're 7-point favorites. This moved from 6.5 to 7 pretty much everywhere against the Washington team that I've said it all week long. If you're only here for this show, makes sense. I'll repeat myself, especially given that it's NBA season now. A lot of you guys are going to forego some of the strategy shows you shouldn't during the week, but I know you don't all have all the time in the world. And then come here for the deeper dive and Live Before Lock. Washington can't stop the deep ball unless they make wholesale changes and somehow figured this out over the past 7 days. It's been a massive issue. The Giants had 5 guys with 20-plus yard receptions, 5 different receivers with a 20-plus yard reception last week. We saw Desmond Ridder throw for 300-plus yards against them, Millie Maker winner. So this has been a big issue for them. Jalen Hurts throws deep balls at a higher percentage than almost any quarterback in the league. He's got A.J. Brown who can come down with any ball. Devontae Smith, when he's not the kid from the Little Giants or the guy from the Replacements, I know you got to know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, the Stickum.
Yeah. Well, they did it in Replacements too. Remember his hands get stuck to the jersey?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Great movie. When he's not doing that, for his size, he can come down with those contested balls too. They've got guys that are very capable deep threats. What do you do with an expensive stack this week, but one that could look? We could see this go nuclear here. If Jalen Hurts, assuming he's fine, he got in full practices all week. I know he banged his knee up. They're saying he's good to go. So I see this being one of those divisional games where it could be a letdown, but also one where you look back on it after having less than less than the field and go, man, how did I not end up on the Eagles? You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. It is an expensive stack. You mentioned that looking at our top stack tool, the average cost of this, and it makes sense. You've got elite options on the outside. So a couple little things, and again, I'm inferring a bit, but it seems like Hurts lately, particularly the way they go about it, most of his rushing value, it's coming from, these sneaks, and I don't think that would be impacted. Like maybe he doesn't take off as much, but he's not running, 100-yard bonus. He's just, it gets to the 1-yard line, you're going to get a touchdown from Jalen Hurts. So I'm not worried about it. I think it's more just, what do you need from the game to really get there if you go a 2-man Philly stack, not a skinny stack? That's what I think the biggest question for me is. Do you want to bring back a McLaurin, someone like that? I'm not alone. Washington could have, should have, would have beat you guys the first time. I don't think it's crazy. I think it's a competitive game. So I don't worry about like blowout. It's just about how much salary am I willing to allocate to my stack?
I think some of your concern then is probably that Hurts doesn't have more than 2 passing touchdowns on the season. Now, to be fair, he has a rushing touch. He has he has 5 rushing touchdowns on the season, 6 rushing touchdowns. So still through 7 games, he's responsible for 17 touchdowns, of which 6 of those are more valuable than the passing touchdowns. What about the skinny stack approach? Going Hurts, one pass catcher, and one run back.
That is kind of more how I want to play this. You have skinny stack options at every level. You could pay up for obviously AJ Brown.
And for what it's worth, by the way, the skinny stacks have won a lot of tournaments this year.
Yeah. And again, on a 13 gamer with even more pivots and more options, particularly large field tournaments, you have to be that much more precise. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with Brown. I'm fine with Smith. You look to secondary options. I think a skinny stack with Goddard would be a little awkward, but it's still a guy that's factored in. He's got a couple touchdowns in the last couple games. And then on the other side, to me, it probably is mostly McLaurin interest. I guess if Samuel sits, you could talk to me about Dotson, but I liked McLaurin a lot last week. I thought it was going horrible, and he still ended with 6 for 90. It wasn't that bad.
I'm pretty sure at one point in the third quarter, I looked and he had 0 points.
Yeah, he had 0. No, he did. I watched that full game. And then
okay, so I'm not crazy.
Him.
Because
No.
I had him in some good lineups, and when I saw that, I just closed my laptop. I was like, all right.
Yeah, my laptop was already shut from Jerome Ford, and then I
ended up working out in our favor.
We were fine. It was fine.
We got comments like 10 minutes after the slate started on this stream. So people came back from a dead stream to comment on it, and we're like, "Hey, assholes! Thanks a lot. You told us to fade Jerome Ford." First of all, no, he didn't. But we said we're underweight and that we preferred Dante Foreman. Now, granted, did we get everything right? Never going to happen. But you said, tell me if I'm wrong, Loughy, but I like Dante Foreman better than Jerome Ford. And I said, I'm with you, man. I think we said it's close, but we like Dante. You should have seen the vitriol.
I saw it.
What?
Oh, I saw it. Believe me. But
and you know the guys that were complaining probably had Dante Foreman in those lineups too. Needless to say, I never got a follow-up response after I responded back. Mind you, I waited till like 3:00 and was like, "Oh, hello, good sir."
I waited till Monday. That was a Monday check-in. Like, just everything's confirmed. But when I look at this game, I do think that McLaurin has to be busy. Yes, we know the Eagles, particularly up front, can cause some problems. I don't think that prevents Howell from delivering the ball double-digit targets to a guy like McLaurin, particularly if it plays to the spread. He threw the ball 42 times against the Giants. They only manufactured 7 points, but that's the type of volume. I think you don't want to just cross out Washington today.
I agree. And by the way, for what it's worth, I texted Ben around like 1:10 and said, I think I said, "Fun day. I'll see you on Tuesday."
Something like that.
So I was tilting as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure both of us. I think you said, this is the fastest my day has ever ended in all my time playing NFL.
It was the true first thing I saw on Red Zone. Like, actually the first thing. I turned it on and it was just like, well, this could be bad, but no, it was fine all in all.
Ended up okay. Don't worry. Plenty of other things destroyed me last week. It just so happened it wasn't Jerome Ford. Jay Murphy can confirm I had Foreman instead. Yeah, I think we all did. I think that's what it came down to. Had Foreman not gotten hurt, we could have gotten more from him too. Ben Snapping with the free super chat. Appreciate you being a member here, brother. How do you like a Mac Jones born Douglas stack? I don't. If you wanted to go a little wild, Mac Jones, and I get what you're saying. They could be playing from behind. They're near double-digit dogs in a warm weather game. I don't know. I don't know if the Mac Jones double gets it done though. That's where you lose me, is on the double.
Yeah, I mean, again, I get the logic because it's a super cheap pay down stack. You're going to bring it back with probably Tyreek. Go on about your day. I just have no confidence. I'll put it like this. I put Miami in teasers today, and that's not a hot take. A lot of people did. I think Miami's going to be just fine today. I don't think Jones has a good game.
There were a ton of good 6 and 7 point teaser plays on this slate.
Yeah, it's been like that the last couple weeks, and it's always a little dangerous, particularly if Atlanta's involved.
A lot of 8s and 9s out there. Yeah.
But yeah.
And I always lose on one that's like the one I think is the most of a lock, you know. Anyway, I do like the Hurts single stacks, and I'll go out on a limb here, Ben. Eventually, Devontae Smith is going to have that game. Is it this week? I don't know. Is this the matchup? Right? Hear me out, right? Listen to what I'm actually saying. Who knows if it's going to be the week, because A.J. Brown has 5 straight games with 125 plus yards. He's dominant. But if there was ever a week for Devontae Smith to get off the schneid, if there was ever a week, this is the week. Will I be over the field on Devontae Smith? The answer is yes.
Okay. isolated or with like, do you think all of it's confirmed with Hurts?
Not necessarily, but
Okay.
I'm very much unopposed to Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith single stacks.
Me neither.
Devontae Smith is still good. It's just the
Very
last
good.
2 weeks make him look like he's terrible. He's not. Like he's still good. There are still going to be big games for Devontae Smith. Okay. There will. His 2 biggest games ever, I think, too, have come against Washington. Anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. Devontae Smith, obviously AJ Brown, Devontae Smith. Last question here. What are you doing with DeAndre Swift?
So DeAndre Swift has been in this like perpetual like range for quite a while now. And I say the same thing every week where it's just like, I'm fine with it. He grades out good. I don't see like any glaring issues. But Jonathan Taylor, Pacheco, Aaron Jones, Kenneth Walker, ETN, Pollard, all plus or minus 1,000. And I just worry about that a little bit. So you all right over there?
Yeah, Jordan got all weird because I moved my camera. I said I'm off center. You got to tell me that ahead of time. Look at that. Look at that. Look how off center.
I thought you were trying to deter me from saying that I don't like Swift.
I think it's on me originally. And then on you to tell me that I screwed up. Anyway, final thoughts on this game. He's waving me off. Final thoughts on this game before we talk New England, Miami.
Solid game to get us started.
If you guys are having lag, by the way, I think this is I think it's a YouTube thing, depending on when you're watching. I was watching on my phone earlier, the First Look show, and I was getting weird lag. And I even turned off Wi-Fi and it still happened. But I'm on my computer now. I've had 0 lag whatsoever. I think it's on YouTube. It's definitely not on our side. So
no. Yeah, I thought it was. I'm having a little, but I just assumed it was because of the tornadoes outside the window, but maybe it's just on YouTube. Maybe they're based where I am and they're just feeling the heat,
New England and Miami. All right. So we got 13 games to get to, but this one kind of interesting, right? 47-point total, Miami 9.5-point favorites. I actually want to start it off on the Miami or on the New England side. You're not going to feel good about anything here. I did talk about Kendrick Bourne on the deeper dive last week as a decent enough, pivot off of some of those other cheap plays. He ended up being fine. I think he had like 17 and a touchdown there. The backfield, I mean, you talked about Ramondre Stevenson on Tuesday. You asked me earlier, you're wondering if my mindset has changed on some of these guys. Have you changed at all on Stevenson?
No, not really. Partly because I don't think it's that big of a decision point. I don't like the mid-range 5K running back. So if I'm funneled there, I think that he's still he's had a rough year. Let's be clear. There's no doubt about it. I still think he can work into a game, particularly when they're trailing like this, and be just fine. So it's not a huge decision point just because I think the opportunity cost is pretty low. And I don't have a lot of exposure to the Patriots in general.
Do you have anyone on the Patriots that you like?
I mean,
like for me, it would be Bourne just because I think if they have to throw, he's been Mac Jones' clear top option, and he's actually produced.
He has definitely produced. I think the biggest struggle for me is if you told me to rank the Patriots, they'd be in line with any other person who would rank the Patriots. Bourne, Stevenson, nothing really else. And I think that's where it's like, okay, I may have a little of those guys, but there's not going to be any leverage created, and I'm okay with that.
Okay. On the Patriots side, hold on. We got an update from our friend, News God.
What happened?
Zach Moss plans to play.
That's
okay. That's big news. If assuming he's out there, that's big news. But you know what I hate about this, though? You know what I hate about this is he plans to play.
Yeah,
but they could so easily just limit him to nothing because they have Jonathan Taylor healthy and playing. That if I had to guess, this would be the game with Zach Moss less than 100% that Jonathan Taylor sees the majority of volume.
I mean, logically, it can't hurt the kind of breakdown. It can only help. So you have to almost budget that in. We'll get there, but I agree with you.
Anyway, yeah, we'll get there. Miami. We talked a lot about throughout the season playing the running back wide receiver without the quarterback. Sure, a lot tougher to do now with Tyreek Hill at almost 10K and Raheem Mostert flirting with $8,000.
Yeah, I mean they're priced to the sky, and it's Miami. We've seen it time and time again. I mean, when you look at the top stacks tool, I mentioned I knew Philadelphia was expensive. Miami's in a whole different tier. Like you're talking, you go 3, it's like 20 something thousand.
Yeah. No.
Crazy.
It's very expensive. The question is, how do you play this Miami team today? They're big favorites. They have one of the highest implied totals. They might have the highest implied total now that I think about it.
Good, yeah.
It's
yeah, they should. Them or the Chiefs.
It's Miami. Yeah, by about a point and a half. So I still want to get pieces of this game. I want to know, how I talked about Devontae Smith in that last game in a really appealing matchup against the Washington team that can't prevent anyone they can't stop the deep ball. Do you have any interest in Waddle today? Now, the one differentiating factor is, one, Tyreek Hill can get open anywhere against anybody, but Bill Belichick over the years hasn't done a terrible job of limiting him. But Waddle's still $800 more than Smith. I don't understand that part at all. I don't understand why Waddle would be that much more than Smith. That's why if I'm looking at these two and kind of just comparing them, because they're kind of similar players in, AJ Brown, Tyreek Hill, right? If the price point shouldn't be that far apart, in my opinion.
No, but what you're getting, and again, we're just looking at our tools a little bit. We're talking about a Jalen Waddle piece that could be 2, 3, 4% owned on this slate. It's a giant slate, and that does give me some interest because he feels objectively overpriced. Now, I know he only had 6 targets in the last game. He missed a portion of that game. He had a back issue. He came back, caught some late. It's still Waddle, and I'm fine with him. But it's kind of a tournament-centric play. It's just kind of going against the grain, and he is the point of Miami that I think is pretty clearly the lowest owned of the big names.
So how are you playing the Dolphins today then?
It's going to be pieces for me. No stack. I don't like that build on a 13-game slate. Would like to cover myself with having, Tyreek in some lineups, a little Waddle, even I might entertain looking to the ground game a little bit. But I think that's probably the least of my concerns. It's mostly making sure I get some Tyreek. If the stack goes off and they throw another 70 burger, I'll have to live with it because it's one-offs for me.
Okay. Me too, by the way.
Okay.
Always going to get to Tyreek Hill. I was really just curious before we move on where you're at on Raheem Mostert, because he's expected to play. Derrick Henry, they're saying they're not going to trade him, by the way. But who the hell knows? That means nothing to me at this stage of the game, right? Like what reports are coming out doesn't mean anything. 35-point total there. Tony Pollard against the Rams is 7,500. Alvin Kamara 7,300. ETN 72. Walker 7K. Tough matchup. Low total against Cleveland. Where do you prioritize Mostert among the other 7K running backs? That's the real question.
That is.
By the way, he's 9,000 on FanDuel, so that's very expensive.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of these other sites, it's a little dangerous. I think for me though, that's the one. It's all about opportunity cost. It's not that I don't like Mostert, but I have serious priorities in the same range. I like Kamara, Pollard, and Derrick Henry. All 3 of them are big pieces for me today. By default, that really squeezes Mostert, and he is someone that I'm going to be underweight on no matter what his ownership is.
Okay. You look at this next game that we've got up, and well, it's the New York Jets and the New York Giants. Yeah. That's what we're talking about here. 36 points total.
Super Bowl preview.
36-point total. Darren Waller's questionable, but expected to play. Jets are 3-point favorites on the road. It's still a Zach Wilson-led offense. I know they're coming off a bye and all that stuff from a big emotional win against the Eagles. I'm still not buying into it. Now, I will say, I like Breece Hall, but the Giants' defense, I don't want to sleep on this. They've allowed 21 points over the last 2 games. Yes, Buffalo is coming back from that London trip without a bye, but they had 0 points to start the 4th quarter. They finally scored twice, won 14-9. The Giants held the Washington Commanders. Sam Howell's on pace for 97 sacks, which is just ridiculous, but They held them to 7 points in that game. They held the Bills under 300 yards. They held the Commanders under to 273 yards. All I'm saying is that the Giants defense hasn't been terrible. The biggest issue for the Giants has been they can't protect a quarterback, and Daniel Jones had been making mistakes and turning the ball over. Tyrod Taylor, if nothing else, right? He protects the football. He doesn't make a ton of bad decisions. And that to me at least makes these guys viable most weeks. If they're really cheap, maybe a Wan'Dale Robinson, but DJ Reed is back. Sauce Gardner's back. It's an ugly game, man. It's an ugly game. I assume that people are still going to be going to a lot of Breece Hall, though.
I mean, Breece Hall is been unbelievable. Yards per carry has been unbelievable. The Giants, yeah, they put up a respectable fight, but it is an objectively ugly game, and I don't have a ton to say. I have no interest in the stacks. You've got Garrett Wilson on the outside. I mean, 33 targets in 3 games. That tells the story. You've got Breece Hall in the backfield. The guy can explode for a long slate-breaking run at any time. And then you have the rest of this game, which I have almost no interest in. I respect the Jets defense a ton, and it renders – I think it'll be a good real-life game, but I don't think it's a good DFS game at all.
So how much Breece Hall are you getting to then?
So the tricky thing, I think running back is pretty deep. In front of the show, Justin was saying earlier, like the 3 running back build today. I'm starting to entertain that more and more. I think a lot of people are going to double up at tight end because of McBride, and we'll get there. But I would like maybe a 3-headed, like 6K to 7K running back tandem. That looks pretty cool. And Breece Hall at 5,900 would fit right in there. So I think he's a very solid play. And I don't, Mixon is struggling. He's going against San Francisco. I don't have interest there. Bijan, you got Pacheco, but I think Breece Hall is in a pretty good spot here. And I'm going to try to get over the field on him.
Earlier in the week, I had some thoughts to maybe get to some over the field on Garrett Wilson, but I've soured on that a little bit just because it's a 13-game slate. There's so many good options. It's still Zach Wilson. Also, the Giants they blitz at a very high clip. You could actually
crazy high.
Yeah. You could actually see Zach Wilson get a little bit rattled here. Credit to what he did against the Eagles. He didn't turn the ball over. That's all he needed to do. You look at the final box score, you look at his fantasy production, you're not going to be wowed by any of that. But in the same breath, he didn't make any mistakes. And that's kind of what it came down to. I do think there's something to be said here, though, for just being a little bit hesitant to want to get to guys like Garrett Wilson a lot, because I don't know how Zach Wilson's going to respond to all of this.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's tough to know how this game is going to go, stylistically. You have 2 real options on the Jets. I don't see much else in the game. Breece Hall, I will say one thing that it's not concerning. You just have to be aware of it. Breece Hall is going to be very popular, and that is something you have to consider. Second
highest owned player that we have projected for ownership on the slate.
Correct.
Yeah, that is significant. Anything for the Giants you want to get to? Are you paying up for Barkley? Are you paying down for any of these pass catchers?
No. Waller's been awesome. Yes, last week was masked because Andrews had a big game and then Kelsey went nuclear. He had 7 for 98 and a touchdown in that game. He's a good player. Assuming he's good to go, you could do worse, but it's still kind of a no man's land and tight end, and that's basically all I can say on the Giants.
Angry Drunken German said, well, so much for thinking Hall might be a sneaky play.
I know.
Yeah, you're not getting Breece Hall as a sneaky play at 5,900. Maybe if you wanted to pay up at 7K, sure, but at 5,900, he's without question going to be a popular play today. Like you said, one of the most popular plays on the slate right now. So,
yep,
there's that. All right, Rams and Cowboys. This is where things begin to get a little bit interesting because the highest owned play on the slate, Tony Pollard, 7,500. By the way, guys, many of you tuning in today, you've been focusing on basketball since Tuesday. 20% off all of our NBA tools through the first week of the season. That means there's only a couple days left. Links down there in the description. Jordan can throw it in the chat. Whether you wanted to go with the full out package, everything, the Sims tool, the contest generator, ownership, boom bust tool, premium Discord lineup, all of that, everything, every tool we have, no add-ons necessary. You don't need an optimizer or anything. All of that we have in one package. That's 20% off, whether you want to do a week or a month, or the lineup generator, which is the best entry-level tool that you're going to find in the industry. I can say that with certainty. Ben and I will touch on it later in the show. Greg took down 100K with the Sims tool last night. Did you see that?
Oh, I saw it. Yeah, I told Greg early in the day, so I went to the Army football game. He was covering my college football show, and I was like, hey, man, thanks again for doing that. Like, the universe owes you one. Just immediately 6 figures right in his lap. It was awesome. I said this on Twitter. Like, he's done so much work on those tools. So it's so sick to see that pay off. But that's not an endorsement. I don't know what is. He literally just took down 6 figures.
Yeah, they work. They work. Oh, man, I was happy for him. I know Tom was real happy for him as well. We should be.
Also, I mean, this guy, though, I've had some lucky breaks over the years, and it's always, like, excruciating. So in the morning, I asked him, I'm like, hey, man, what was that sweat like? Did you catch a guy? Like, did you hold? It's like, oh, no, I was like 10 points clear, and the last game was a blowout. So it was like kind of over. Like, what? What are you talking about? How nice is that? Just no sweat.
Yeah. You're just sitting back, relaxing,
just
waiting
back, watching the game,
waiting for the check to clear.
Like, yeah. What a world.
Anyway, 20% off all our NBA stuff. Whether it's the lineup generator, which you're going to get in on at a great price and it's much cheaper, or all of the tools, whether it's the Sims data package, max package, check them out for yourself. But shout out to Greg using the Sims tool to take it down. He won 10K on the first day of the season with the Sims tool, and then like 5 days later, takes home 100K. So that man is off to a good start. So are the tools. Link in the description and chat. And by the way, if you ever have any questions about how this stuff works, you can watch all the tutorials we have here on the channel. You can DM me on Twitter at Loughy_D. They're open. I'm happy to point you in the right direction. All right. Next up, Rams and Dallas. Tony Pollard has been, is it fair to say, I guess you could say he's been a little disappointing, right? Because you've had some spots where he's just kind of underwhelmed. You know what it is? He hasn't been bad. Pollard's not the reason you would lose a slate, but Pollard also hasn't really been the reason that you would win a slate either. I think that's a fair way to put it. He hasn't had a dominant blow-up game that many of us were anticipating coming into his first year without Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, but he's scored in one game this year. One. He had 2 touchdowns right off the bat, and that is it. Listen, we're not alone, and he's gonna be very popular too. And he has been underwhelming to an extent of ceiling, but Tony Pollard, 7,500 is going to be a big piece of the puzzle today.
He's scored once, and he's second in the league in goal line carries.
Yeah.
Or he scored twice, but in one game.
Yeah.
Second in the league in goal line carries, third in carries inside the 10. Also, this team, the way they played is just so weird this year. It felt like last week, it was the first, and it was an ugly game, or 2 weeks ago before the bye, that Chargers game. It's like the first normal game they've played all year.
That's the thing. Extreme outlier performances, like bizarro score lines. It seems, I don't know. Again, Pollard's one of those names. I wish, I knew he wouldn't be sneaky, but I was a little shocked. He is right now the most popular play on the slate in terms of projecting ownership.
Are you with that, or yes, are you looking to get to, because for what it's worth, it's not that much higher than Alvin Kamara in 23 to 19%.
Exactly. And Breece Hall, there's a lot of running backs.
I just meant similar price range, but yeah, Breece Hall, if you want to throw him in there too.
No doubt. And McCaffrey, we'll get to all these guys. I am with it. I do like Pollard today. Am I jamming him, where I'm going to have 60% or something? No, definitely not. But I have a lot of lineups. I kind of just alluded to this before, that have 2, even 3 of the running backs in that kind of similar range. And he is firmly in that discussion for every lineup.
Are you still getting to Dak, CeeDee Lamb, Gallup stacks? I know that was a spot earlier in the week that you had some interest in.
A little, large field tournaments. I think that's a cool way to build. It's not to say, and this is where it gets tricky, Pollard absolutely can coexist there. I mean, we just saw this. He had 7 targets, 5 targets, but say he doesn't, and he's not part of that stack, and Dak really goes off and he's not throwing to Pollard. What an interesting leverage, because you're probably killing one of the popular running backs and you have a cool stack. So I do have interest in that. I have some Dallas passing game exposure.
I'm having a little bit of trouble getting to this Ram side of the game because
That's the problem.
If you're stacking it, Eric and I talked about double stacking this one on the ownership show on Thursday. 13 game slate, man, that double stack, you have to thread. Am I wrong in saying you have to thread that needle perfectly if you get that one right? With Matthew Stafford being 6,600, Cooper Kupp being 9,000, and Puka Nacua being 7,900. You're talking about two of the 5 highest priced receivers on this slate, jamming them into the same lineup with an upper mid-range quarterback. If you run a double stack here against the Dallas team that, look, their defense isn't bad. They're not as good as they looked earlier in the year, but that leaves you 4,400 per player, and you still got to get in 6 other options.
Yeah, I'm not looking to do that. I think that's a tremendous strain on a 13-game slate. I'm also having trouble, and I don't think we've talked about this on our Tuesday podcast, which you can always listen to on Lineup Construction. I don't think you really need run backs from the Rams if you can't afford it. It's really difficult to go get one.
Okay. Now, are you playing anything from the Rams backfield?
That's a trickier situation. I mean, we saw Henderson almost 20 total touches. I just worry about this matchup. So I'm going to say no right now. Are you?
No, I don't think you really need to, honestly.
Okay.
Because Henderson's been a practice squad guy. It's nice to see that he's getting that work, but how valuable are those touches really? They don't love using them outside of Kyron Williams. They don't want to use those guys particularly heavily in the passing game. I don't know. Let's see. Was he targeted frequently last game? No, one. That's what I thought. One reception. Also, for what it's worth, he played 57% of snaps. Royce Freeman still played 43% of snaps in that game and had 12 carries. So if this game gets a little bit lopsided in the wrong direction and you scale back the rushing volume, then I have to worry about Darrell Henderson splitting opportunities with Royce Freeman.
Not ideal situation. Again, just construction-wise, not my favorite spot to get to. And if something happens there, and it's also a different game script, Dallas is pushing a touchdown favorite at home here. It's a little different than last week for the Rams.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would go. Despite what Brandon Katz thinks.
Good, you got your one counter. Now we can move on.
One
quote would show.
Well, he said Pollard has 0 value.
Okay.
I mean, just truly absurd take. Despite what he tends to believe, I still don't mind the guy that can get upwards of 8 targets in a game, and also 20 plus carries if the game script is right. Right? Last game, 15 attempts, did nothing on the ground. He had 6 for 7 and 80 yards through the air. He just didn't score. Like you said, if he starts finding the end zone, these lines tend to become a whole lot different. San Francisco, who cares about that game? It was a blowout. They got smoked. New England, they scaled back on his usage. Didn't need to use him in the passing game. Arizona, he had 23 carries and 26 total touches. New York Jets, he had 33 total touches in that game. I could go on and on. New York Giants, 16 touches. What does it matter? They won 40-0. That game wasn't competitive. They had the little 4'7" squirt in there to close out the game in the fourth quarter. Deuce Vaughn. So, I think the volume is good enough. And the fact that he's second in football still with 10 goal line carries, the only downside here for me is the ownership. If that's your argument, I'm okay with it. But am I missing something else?
No, I don't think so. He's game script proof. And he pairs with really any type of build. That's why he's so popular. People that are crazy popular are popular for a reason. Their price is either inefficient or they grade out super well. It's not, people aren't stupid. Doesn't mean it works, but yeah, Pollard is an easy sell. Not in a negative way. It's an easy case to make of why he's going to be very popular.
All right. Anything else here? You want to talk Jacksonville, Pittsburgh?
No. Again, I think Dallas is going to be a very popular, like either money line parlay or teaser piece today.
All right. Looks like we're going to have some rain here.
Oh, you don't say. Maybe you're getting what I'm getting.
12. No, I mean in Pittsburgh, not here.
Well, you're in Pittsburgh area.
I'm nowhere near.
Tangential, same state.
41 point total. It's still a low total. And you know how it goes. Mike Tomlin as a dog, Mike Tomlin as a home dog, his record against the spread as a home dog is outrageous. It's like 18-5-1. How does he do it?
I don't know. Maybe we'll find out today because I have no take on who wins this game.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Well, Jacksonville's been playing good football, right? You know, two straight wins in London. They come back home. Everyone, including myself, is like, hey, this could be one of those spots where they struggle a little bit. They get another win, right? Right? They came home and beat
the Saints.
Colts, and then they beat the Saints.
Yeah, there was an island game where Lawrence was like hurt and then he was like running all over the place. That was the Saints. That was when your boy Derek Carr was throwing it 60 yards out of bounds.
Why is he my boy?
Well, we'll get to that game.
All right. Yeah, they've won 4 straight. They're playing very good football after starting the season 1-2 and dropping that ugly one to Houston. I still have respect for Pittsburgh's defense, though. Maybe there's a blind spot here. They're an opportunistic defense that find ways to win games and keep them close and keep them low scoring. Evan Ingram, Spags mentioned it earlier in the First Look show. I think you and I talked about it on Tuesday. The guy doesn't have, we mentioned it before last week too, on the primetime or the showdown site. Guy doesn't have a red zone target this year. That's a little bit concerning.
Yeah, it's definitely concerning. No doubt about it.
What are you doing then with this team? Like Travis Etienne's been solid. He's getting volume. I feel like I'm right now mostly underweight on a lot of these Jags players.
I am too. And it's funny because it's not like I don't like the spot. There's a big concern. They're just like every price point. And this is, again, I think a product of a 13 game slate. Every price point for these Jags guy, I have 1 or 2 guys that just have a little ahead of them. And that doesn't mean they can't filter into a lineup here or there, but even when you look at ETN in that backfield, he's competing with Kamara. He's competing with Pollard. He's competing with Kenneth Walker, even Derrick Henry. That's a lot of opportunity cost. And then in the mid-range wide receivers, I mean, how many guys are between 55 and 6,500 that we could talk about? So I get it. Could be a little nasty as well. Jags are a fine team. I might have a piece here or there. Evan Ingram, probably the obvious piece. And that's really the extent of the exposure for me.
Yeah. The other problem is that you have to figure out who's getting the football. Calvin Ridley's not going to be a ghost forever. Right?
No. I mean, I thought he was going to have a huge year. I was all about the Ridley train this year.
Well, and after week 1, after the first half of week 1, you're probably thinking, man, this is it. Like, 1,800 yard season, here we come. And since then, he's been non-existent in a lot of spots.
It's been frustrating. It's a product of Jacksonville's a tough team to really navigate. You mentioned this, the roulette nature of their receivers and just their usage in general. I mean, early in the year, not only was it seemed like Ridley was going to have a huge game, it was like, wow, Tank Bigsby, this is going to be a crazy situation. And then a lot of things have changed since then.
Where would you go if I said you're playing a lineup in the SPY, right? Mm-hmm. The 100K up top, $100 entry SPY. I'll cover your entry, right? But you need to play one Jaguar in this lineup. Who is it?
It would be Ingram.
Ingram. Okay.
Yep.
I wasn't sure if you were going Travis Etienne there or you'd go.
He would be second. But no, I think Ingram, we know the usage is pretty damn secure. I mean, 8, 8, 8, 8, 7, 7 in terms of targets over the last 6 games. I think the price is pretty reasonable. He's got some touchdown equity and he's got no touchdowns on the year. Like those will come. Those are pretty random. I'm fine with him.
Nirav Patel, thank you, man. $20 super chat. I know we haven't gotten to the Saints yet. See, he understands the super chat.
Great etiquette.
I'm okay with that. Even if we're not there yet, he gets it. But do you prefer Pollard over Kamara and Cash? I don't because this is what he's saying, not me. We'll get there. I don't because I'm valuing Carr's ability to check down the Kamara and getting easier points than Pollard. Thoughts? Yeah, well, the Cowboys have a higher implied total. They're 26. Saints are around 22.5, so not bad. Very similar ownership. I get what you're saying, man. I'd say they're really close. Personally, I still prefer Pollard a little bit more than Kamara and Cash.
I would like to agree, but I would go the other way, to be honest. I see it the same way that he does. I just think that the amount of checkdowns and the floor of Kamara is so high because of that. Both are great plays. I think both are cash viable. But if I had to play one in cash, it would be Kamara.
I have some more thoughts on that Saints game when we get there, specifically how game script could influence.
I told you, you love Derek Carr.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
is.
Specifically how game script could influence Alvin Kamara in a spot like this. We'll get there. Don't worry. And just triple stack Derek Carr in every lineup.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm kidding, of course. Do the Pittsburgh side, let's talk about ownership for a second here, because you're getting a lot of these guys that aren't expensive. Pickens right now pulling we have him around 11% ownership on DraftKings. Deontay Johnson, we have at around 14% at 5K. I mean, then you talk about the running backs, and it's a barren wasteland at this point. I'm not really sure what to say. Najee Harris is going to be 4,500 soon. Jalen Warren, I suppose there's some upside there, but on a 13 gamer, this isn't really the day that I'm looking to roll the dice. So I'm not going to the backfield. Are you getting to any stacks though? Are you going to any Pickett with Pickens and Johnson? Are you going to any because the way I probably play this, I like the singles or I like the just one-offs as far as George Pickens or Deontay Johnson.
Yep. We can keep it moving, honestly. I have no stacks. I have no running back exposure. And I think that Deontay Johnson or Pickens as just a mid-range wide receiver in any type of lineup is completely fine.
Okay. So I guess we keep it going then.
Yeah. Do it. We still
not a lot of Najee Harris.
No. I honestly did look at him because he's still getting the work. It's just the inefficiency is tough, and Warren is a real piece. So no.
Minnesota and Green Bay. One of the big things here, I was real adamant about this last week that I wasn't touching Aaron Jones. Actually bet Denver at +1, somewhat as a result of this, but also just because I don't think Jordan Love is very good. But the fact that Aaron Jones hadn't even been logging full practices despite the bye week, missing a game before that. Well, now LaFleur is saying that he's going to play, but he's still nowhere close to 100%. That is very worrisome. So it's like, okay, he's going to play. To me, it just says, like if I get burned on this and Aaron Jones ends up getting the majority of work and goes crazy in this spot, fine. I can live with that. But after what we saw last week, after what I was honestly expecting to see last week, which happened, I just can't go into this because I love Aaron Jones, but I can't go into this with any confidence that he's going to get back to a full workload again today.
No, it's a very difficult situation. It's that type of injury too. It's the furthest thing from a concussion or anything like that. It's lingering, it's nagging. I don't know how there's always going to be that, if we don't get the news and he's fine and he gets his normal workload, what a great steal. But I think more often than not, you're drawing to minimal amount of touches and it renders him almost unplayable.
It pretty much does. And yeah. Quite frankly, it renders the backfield mostly unplayable.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
AJ Dillon had that one nice catch and run last week. It was like 34 yards, but that's an exception to the rule. It's mostly just a mirage, right? It's so hard to believe that you're winning tournaments with AJ Dillon. You're just paying $5,900 for Breece Hall over 51 for AJ Dillon every time. Am I wrong?
I would play many, many other people before AJ Dillon. I would honestly play like Najee.
I'd play Javonte Williams over him at the same price.
Yep.
Yeah. What about pass catchers though? Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Luke Musgrave. Are you getting to the passing game today?
I am. I don't mind this spot. Don't really respect Minnesota secondary. I think that Jordan Love, even though he might not be a great real life quarterback, he provides some upside there. And I think that Watson still really has some upside. He just needs to get the right game script. I think this could be a competitive game. As far as I know, from what I've seen, nothing. This isn't January in Green Bay. I don't worry about the weather. I think it's a good spot to target some Green Bay pass catchers.
It's funny because I've talked, down about Jordan Love frequently throughout this series of shows during the season. I don't mind him. This feels kind of like an upset spot where Green Bay wins.
I mean, it's a pick 'em basically.
Yeah, I know. It's actually gone back. It's gone back and forth. But here's what I mean. If I were to ask you to set this line without knowing anything that happened last week, with knowing what happened last week, like if I were to ask the public to set this line, the public's going Minnesota -4, right? So the fact that it's so close tells you all you need to know. Instead of looking at this one and going, man, smash spot for Minnesota, I look at it and I go, that line's telling us something.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of ways that there's some, pretty big plays in this game. It gets up and down a little bit. I think that Minnesota's a great dance partner for any quarterback. I like Green Bay's passing attack, tournament centric, but yeah, they're in play.
By the way, guys, talking about betting lines, I know it's a DFS show, but there are still 6 states where you're getting a lot of money for doing nothing. Ben, you want me to order them the way that they pop into my head?
No, I don't like when you do that. Freaks me out because I have a different order. Go ahead, though.
Colorado, Virginia, Ohio, New Jersey, Iowa, and the Holy Grail, Kentucky. Did I hit your order?
I don't know mine. I have to just say. It's like one of those things.
I'll just go backwards. Iowa,
Ohio,
stop. Virginia, New Jersey, Colorado, Kentucky. You bet $5, you get $150 at Bet365. It's that simple. Actually, if you're in Kentucky, you bet $1, you get $365. I don't know what else to tell you. It should end there. The link's in the description. It's in chat. You click it, you sign up, takes you 2 minutes, right? I mean, you could do it. You could do it right now while you're listening to this show. Verify yourself. Put it on whatever you want. It doesn't matter. This is the one time where I think either Ben or myself could recommend betting a parlay because it doesn't matter if you lose it. Normally you would never be like, hey, go ahead, grab a 10-1 parlay because over time that's going to drain you out pretty quickly. In this, if you lose it, you got $150 on a $5 bet. If it's in Kentucky, go 2,000 to 1 odds on a $1 bet. You're getting 300. Why you laugh? But I'm serious. It's $1. If you lose, you still have 365 coming your way. I'm right.
Great opportunity for those states. Again, when you have, you already said it. When bonus bets, win or lose, really, really good stuff. Shout out to Bet365. And it's a reputable book. This is not, they've been around forever. They have set the market on a lot of these categories across the international space as well.
You can fact check me, but I think the first online site to ever do live betting was Bet365. I think they pioneered live betting, and now look at it. It's massive. Anyway, takes you 2 minutes. It's $150 in 2 minutes. If you're in Kentucky, $365 you're getting in 2 minutes. Win or lose. You win, you get it. You lose, you get it. Doesn't make a damn difference one way or another. Just deposit $10. If you're in Colorado, Virginia, Ohio, New Jersey, or Iowa, deposit 10, only bet 5 of it. If you're in Kentucky, deposit 10, you only have to bet 1 of that. It's a good way to get some free money. And even if you have a bad week, you still might have a good week because you got free money coming your way. And now you can shop odds across all books without getting burned by the hook, like has happened so many times to so many people who are only betting on one sports book and wondering why it's not working. Must be 21 years or older to gamble, 18 plus in Kentucky. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Minnesota. Last week, it was the hero day for Jordan Addison. I really thought that was picked off, and he just takes it 60 yards to the house.
That was nuts.
Nuts, right? It was a totally different play, but it had the Stephon Diggs against the Saints vibes in the sense like that never should have happened. But it did. And Kirk Cousins had probably the best primetime performance we've ever seen out of him. What are you doing with the Vikings today, from Addison to Hawkinson to the backfield with I don't know what the hell to do with Madison anymore. I think the prudent decision is probably just find somewhere else to look.
Kind of what I'm doing. I'm passing on the backfield. If you want to go back to Addison, I think that's fine. If you Hawkinson, Osborne types, I get it. But for me, it's Addison or pass for this Minnesota squad. I don't really have much else to say.
How much Addison then? Like, is this just are you just getting kind of trace amounts of these guys and that's it?
So he's projecting around 9-10%. And I might be in a pretty similar range, maybe slightly higher. Not at the top of the list, but it's because I like Green Bay too. That factors in a little bit.
I will say I like Nico Collins a bit in this next game. Houston's a 3.5 point favorite. Yeah, against Carolina. You get Tank Dell back, but Robert Woods is out. Hey, Nico Collins has been spectacular this season. Okay. Been very, very good. Yeah, they're coming off a bye week, so maybe it's easy to forget about some of these guys. And the volume hasn't been massive. I get that. Said a few games where he's kind of flown under the radar, but you've had some big games for Nico Collins. You've had 2 30+ point fantasy performances from him. He can rip off chunk play after chunk play in the passing game. There's nothing about this Carolina defense that concerns me. Nico Collins is good. CJ Stroud is proving that he's a talented young quarterback. I could understand going to Tank Dell, but personally, I think the $5,500 price point on Nico Collins is just too cheap.
I tend to agree. And I think there's a lot of game scripts where we could see that here. So I look at this healthy total off the bye. Well, we'll get to that super chat in a second, but yeah, I like Nico Collins quite a bit. I think that price is right. This is an interesting game. I know Stroud's been really, really good and they're off the bye. We've got Pierce in that backfield as well. Houston's not a team to just simply write off.
So Pierce, it's been really weird for him because last game you saw Devin Singletary, right? You saw Devin Singletary in that last game and go, well, that was unexpected. 12 for 58, outproduced Dameon Pierce. But the 2 games prior to that, Pierce finally looked like he was becoming the legitimate bell cow back in that backfield. He had played, 59 and 59% of snaps, but 20+ carries in both of them. Then you look at the week after that, 33% of snaps for Dameon Pierce, 54% for Devin Singletary. Maybe this is dependent on who's producing more. Do you have any interest in taking some shots on Dameon Pierce and hoping it swings back in his direction? Or do you get away from it?
If I'm funneled to that range and I really like the team, I'm okay with entertaining it. But if I can prevent it, I will be going elsewhere. We're not going to get to the danger. I don't think it's a day for dangerous hot takes, but I got to throw a minor one in here.
Please.
Carolina Panthers get their first win today. Panthers win this game.
Yeah, you like them?
I do. Yeah, 150 on the money line. I think that's very playable.
What's the lean here? Where's this coming from?
Well, it's coming from the fact that they got to win eventually. No, I mean they're also off the bye. I think that when you look at this team at home, still like the weapons. Bryce Young, I know it's been rough. And I listen, Stroud has been great. I'm not going to just knock him to knock him, but I still think that the Texans are not the best team in the world. You're getting 3 in the hook, or plus 150. Carolina's going to win some games this year, just like all these teams. This is a perfect spot for them to be pretty competitive. It doesn't mean I don't like the Texans in DFS. Again, Nico Collins in particular, but in the betting streets, Carolina Panthers get a win today.
Matt Sheets with a $50 super chat. You ready for this one?
Yeah.
It's Coach S, by the way. What's up, man? Always happy to see you. Gents, no rush on this. Wanted to say hi and let you know the Sims tool had me up over 400K in baseball and 75K in NFL with 2 World Final seats. Love it. Coach S, 111.
I saw the friend of the show and just an absolute crusher. I saw the Twitter, on Twitter. I follow him on Twitter. Some of those screenshots, stupid.
Yeah,
stupid
also just a great DFS player. But
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's amazing, man. Thank you. You didn't need to do that, but we appreciate you, dude. Hey, you guys know where to find the Sims tools. Talked about it. 20% off NBA. for anything. NFL links down there as well. Jordan could throw them in chat. You want to check it out. But Coach S, man, congrats on all the success. That is really cool. 400K in baseball is wild. It's ridiculous. All right.
Quite good.
What's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, no, just crazy numbers.
We'll run the Sims in a bit. Jordan, let me know when that's good to go. We can throw it up there. I want to see what results we're getting here as well. All right. So when we're talking about the Carolina side, you have them potentially winning this game. Did you bet the money line at plus 150? I assume you bet it.
So I have 3.5. I have not bet the money line, but I'm going to.
Okay.
It's 150 everywhere. I'm in no rush. I don't think it's going to crater.
Sure. 43.5 total. Like I said, Nico Collins, my favorite spot from this game. But on the Carolina side, do you go back to Adam Thielen? Because I'm not touching this backfield right now. I haven't been playing this backfield all season outside of Miles Sanders being out.
No interest in the backfield. I mean, Adam Thielen's been ridiculous on every metric you want to use. 26 targets in the last 2 games. Can you play him? Of course. The price hike, I think you're starting to really get to the top here, and you probably want to cash in those Thielen shares sooner rather than later. He's going to be pretty popular again. I may be punished, but I don't love the spot for him.
Yeah.
Not that it's a bad play. He just seems okay. That's a lofty price tag. Maybe the game flow is a little different. Again, I think they're going to play pretty well here. Playable, but not a priority for me.
Man, imagine, and I'm not talking about you, because I would imagine I'm going to have less of Adam Thielen than the field. We haven't projected at 14% right now. Imagine getting burned on being underweight on Thielen again.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to correct you on is you said, are you going back to Thielen? That would imply that I was ever there at any point this year.
Dude, since week 3, he's been on the main slate 4 times, and he's been in the winning Millie lineup 3 times, and the second place Millie lineup, he was in that one the only time he wasn't in the winning Millie lineup over the last 4 weeks that he played.
Yeah. And how do I expect Carolina to win? Honestly, I think it's just lower the variance. Don't turn the ball over. Timely plays. Maybe get some pressure on Stroud. You're at home. I think the defense can stand up a little bit. Pretty ugly game. And just stay in it with a chance. I don't think it's anything special. I don't think it's anything crazy like Bryce Young suddenly, throws for 400 yards or something. Just no stupid mistakes and just play the game straight up.
All right. Well, then let's get to the brass tacks here. Favorite play from this game. For me, it's going to be Nico.
It's Nico Collins. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a second that's a close second? I don't really. Obviously, Thielen is the second. It's just he's getting up there.
Carolina defense.
You know what? Okay. You know what the sick thing is, though? When you say it's a lofty price point, you're not wrong, because we're thinking about it we're seeing it through the lens of Adam Thielen. But you are wrong if you're looking at what he's done this year. He's underpriced if you're looking at what Thielen's done this year.
But I strongly don't think that what he's done this year is indicative of much of, okay, then he's a $9,000 receiver. Maybe. I don't think that's the case.
New Orleans and Indy. All right, so here we are. We finally arrived at the game. We finally arrived.
Oh, here we go.
43.5 point total. Saints 1 point favorites. This one's kind of swung back and forth throughout the week. Michael Thomas is questionable. Zach Moss questionable, but expected to play. What I was talking about with Kamara earlier, what I was kind of teasing at was, I do wonder, if they're not playing from behind, I have a really tough time seeing them just dink and dunking it off to Alvin Kamara, because the volume looks great for Kamara from a PPR standpoint, but in large part, it's wildly ineffective if you're trying to win football games.
Yeah, they're ineffective in every aspect, but it's ridiculous volume. Not just for Kamara. That's the one thing that's fascinating about the Saints. We talked about this. Derek Carr has 105 pass attempts in 2 games. That doesn't even seem possible, but here we are. So everyone's target share, even if it's he's only got a 20% target share. Well, that's going to be a ton of targets when you throw the ball 105 times in 2 weeks.
Are you with me? Going back to Chris Olave?
No.
You won't do it. I can't sell you on this, huh?
No.
Okay.
I mean, he's got 25 targets in 2 games because he plays on the Saints. I think he's playable. I may have a share or two, but I don't trust Derek Carr at all.
I don't either. I don't either. All I'm saying is that on the season, Derek Carr has attempted 42 pass attempts, 20 plus yards downfield, 42 deep balls. Now, don't ask me what his completion percentage.
Yeah, I mean, if you filter the ones that are catchable, he's got a different metric.
Dude, eventually something's got to give. It's got to hit. Eventually, it's got to hit.
Yeah, it's going to. Eventually, something's going to happen, and it will be that Jameis Winston will be on the field.
The next closest player on deep attempts is Josh Allen with 35, and he's played 8 games. I'm just saying, Chris, if you look at deep targets, you have to at least understand why I have some interest in Chris Olave. It's volume. It's all volume. I know it's kind of junk volume in a sense, but it's still volume. He has more deep targets than anyone in the league. 19 through 7 games, 4 receptions. It's got to come at some point. It's got to come.
With Olave, because you mentioned, all that. Does that mean you like him more independent, or are you talking about actual New Orleans stacks?
Mostly independent. I'm just saying though that two of the seventh most frequently targeted guys downfield in the entire league, 2 of them are on the Saints, and one of them is a sub $4,000 Rashid Shaheed.
I get it.
So what I'm saying is, like, if this stack were to hit, and the chances are it doesn't. Derek Carr has been horrible. I'm not arguing you on that. There's no argument there. I'm just saying 31 combined deep targets between Olave and Rashid Shaheed. I think it's at least worth pointing something like that out in a dome game against a Colts team that at times has given up big passing performances.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you on some shares of that. I will not play Carr though.
Listen, I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just giving you the numbers. I'm saying it's a team that has been horrible downfield, but my God, they throw a ton of footballs downfield. I think if that happens to be the case, and if they do connect on that, and it actually works, the guy that gets hurt the most might be Alvin Kamara.
That is, I think, maybe the most interesting aspect of this. If you get some of those guys with a ceiling game, you're killing potentially one of the most popular running backs.
Right. Yeah. No doubt about it. Anyway.
Downs on the other side?
Like as a run back, or just downs in general?
I look at, I don't know, the Colts. I've been playing around with these, like, even with Kamara, if I want a little twist, like Pittman, I don't know what to make of him at this point. It's really difficult.
I know what to make of him. You're probably just better off playing the cheaper downs at this point. We both love Michael Pittman as a player.
Yes, we do.
Right? We both do. But he's $6,500. It feels like a tough spot to get to when Downs is $4,800. Now, granted, Downs just had the mega efficiency game last time out. It was 6 targets. He had 5 for 125 and a touchdown. So I don't think we should be going into every week expecting something like that to happen, but he's been good. I know it's the approach that most people frown upon in best ball, and they say, like, go for the reliable guys that are like the wide receiver 3 on teams late in drafts. I went so heavy on just saying, fuck it. I'm going to take shots in all of these lineups with these last round rookies, because we've seen some big rookie performances. Heavy on Tank Dell, heavy on Josh Downs. Not saying that one of them or the other was more likely to produce, but dude, think about the last few years. We've just seen way more rookies, whether first round, second round, third round rookies, jump immediately into the league and produce. That didn't take them time to do so. And we've seen that with Downs. We've seen that with Tank Dell. To some extent, we've seen that with Jaden Reed in Green Bay. These guys do have fantasy upside, be it best ball, season long, or DFS. You can't just write these players off anymore.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
So, favorite plays from this game?
I mean, Kamara's in a different class just because he's one of the most popular plays. He makes a ton of sense. Then it would be one of your wide receivers, pay down with Shaheed or a dart throw with Olave. And then I guess Jonathan Taylor. Yeah.
A few things that there's always one thing each week that I'm willing to say, I'll take some shots on it. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but it could be huge for me. And if it doesn't, it'll just kill all my lineups. I think that'll probably be a few Derek Carr stacks this week.
Good luck. I hope he has a good game because I have pieces of the Saints all over the place, mostly Kamara, but I get it. I just, last question. I know we got a bunch of games to get to. Are you okay with Jonathan Taylor?
Yeah. I don't know if I want him as a run back in that lineup though.
Sure.
I'm fine with Jonathan Taylor. Yeah. I really think this could be a game where you see the Aaron Jones treatment on Zach Moss.
Me too.
Do you like Jonathan Taylor as a one-off?
I do. Because the thing I like about it, if you get, I'll say lucky, and Zach Moss is really limited, you have crazy, crazy, crazy upside. If you don't, it's not like, I'm dead. No, you just have to play it straight up, and you'll have to get there with maybe 15 to 20 carries, maybe even a little less. You can do that.
Sure. Angry Drunken German said, talking about me, I assume, says he doesn't believe in Carr, says Carr will kill his lineups this week. I don't believe in Carr. It's not the point. Play a lot of guys I don't believe in. So do you.
It's all about range of outcomes.
Yeah. I mean, you play guys you don't believe in all the time.
Yeah, I bet teams I bet the Panthers today. You think I believe in the Panthers?
No.
Yeah.
Of course not. It's just the way it goes sometimes. My week will not live or die on Derek Carr. Tell you that much. Trying to see something here. I ran the Sims. I'm getting a little bit of Derek Carr stacks. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, they pop up a little bit.
Nothing crazy. Jordan, do me a favor. You ran the Sims 5,000 player contest or lineups, and what'd you do? 20% payout. All right, go to that. That kind of I had him run that, Ben, because it's a good way of kind of mirroring a lot of those nice kind of mid-stakes single entry contests out there.
Yeah.
Go to. Did you favorite 100? Just favorite 150. I want to see what exposure looks like, even though this would be, kind of base for a single entry field. Go to exposures and then go to stack exposures for me, Jordan. Go to stack exposures for a second. Stack exposures. And then sort by QB +2. So it looks like we're going to a lot of cheap quarterbacks this week.
I get it because there's so many potential. So if you go particularly +2, I think you have to go cheap quarterback because you're allocating so much salary if you don't.
So does that just mean it's a better week to play Derek Carr because there's going to be a lot of the.
What? I don't know what you're reading into these tools. No, I don't see that at all.
I'm joking. I'm joking. It'll be a total disaster in New Orleans. Go to overall exposures for me. Breece Hall, a lot of Breece Hall this week. Wow, that's out of 150. No, there you go. Nico Collins, getting well above the field on Nico Collins. Ayuk, Tyreek Hill, keep going for me. Deontay Johnson, there's your boy Ingram, getting way over the field on him. Slightly over the field on Pollard. Is Alvin Kamara we're what? Basically matching the field with? Jordan, do me one favor. Go to lineups. Unfavorite them. Okay, now go to stack. Go to filters. Go to the left columns. Yeah. Hit it again. We'll come back. Okay. I'll tell you off screen. I want to see if we filter out all of the QB +3 lineups, what our stack exposures look like. When you do that, you do does not contain QB space plus space 3, and then come back to that when you can. I want to see what our non-QB plus 3 lineups look like. Because I don't know, Ben, I haven't been particularly fond of the QB, the 3-man stacks this year.
Yeah, particularly on a 13-game slate.
What are you doing with Atlanta and Tennessee? It's a 35-point total. Tennessee's a 2.5-point dog. Tannehill's out. Bijan Robinson opened the season at 8K. He's down to 6K. It's a pass funnel defense in Tennessee, though. Can you hit on this just from both sides with such a low total?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say. I think that Derrick Henry is with a bunch of running backs that are all garnering a ton of ownership, and it's still Derrick Henry. I think he's a real good tournament play. Have some exposure. That's all I've got for Tennessee. And for Atlanta, it's not much, to be honest. I think that Kyle Pitts sub 4K, if you want to kind of just chase that, hope you luck box a touchdown, it's fine. Drake London at 51, pretty healthy targets, 28 targets in 3 games. That's not bad. I think his price is about right. It's just a bad game environment. I don't have a quarterback from this game.
Okay. If you had to pick one player from this, do you get to any Derrick Henry? I know once in a while you're willing to get off of the chalk, especially at a similar price point. Is the juice worth the squeeze and getting leverage on a guy like Derrick Henry, who my assumption is a lot of people think that he's going to be vastly, underused potentially because they could trade him, even though they said they aren't. He's basically the same price as Kamara and Tony Pollard, basically the same price as Raheem Mostert. Could this be the Derrick Henry spot, or are you not willing to take that shot?
No, I think, again, it's all about, looking at the slate as a whole. He's with so many elite running backs in the same price point. That gives him that opportunity that if he has one of his crazy games, it really would be nice leverage. So I don't think he's as likely to get there than Pollard or Kamara, but neither does the field. I have some Derrick Henry in my lineups.
Okay. How much? The field's not, it doesn't look like the field's going to be on Henry much at all. So you don't have to do much to get over the field there.
Yeah, maybe like 20%.
Okay. Let me ask you this, though. And I think this will be helpful for you guys in chat. If you have any questions, feel free to hit us up. You got live before lock coming up after this, taking you all the way up to 1 as well. If I were to ask you, there was one specific thing, and it doesn't have to be a specific player. Maybe it's a build, could be a bunch of different. There was one specific thing you were doing this week that could make you different. Whether, like your lineup build as a whole. Do you have something in mind that that would be?
Not really. I think that for me, I don't even think it's a stand. I'm not looking to really get some of those elite top end stacks with more than skinny stacks. Like if you're going to talk to me about those big 4 quarterbacks, I can't envision a world where I'll have +2 on any of them. And I think that will change it, particularly Miami, and even Mahomes will get there. I think that's kind of where I'm looking. And then for me, it's going to be the same story with peppering that mid-range running backs, probably my most important area of any price range at any position.
Okay. Cleveland and Seattle. Ugh. By the way, you think there's any shot we get to 1,000 likes? I haven't asked, but we are at 3,600 people watching. We got about 250 to go with 3,650 people here. I forgot to ask throughout the show. It's my own damn fault.
You blew it. Good job.
Not asking for the for liking or subscribing to the channel. You think it's doable?
Doable, yes.
Got a line.
Pretty close to even, -120. I'll say yes. So I'd say you're a slight favorite.
Slight favorite?
It's close though, because we have 4 games left, even though we're about to breeze through a couple of these because they're just weird games.
All right. Well, many of you have not atoned for your sins yet. Do so on Sunday morning. Bow down before the YouTube overlords. Appreciate you guys in advance. It's easy to forget. Here's a subtle reminder. Get us north of 1,000 here. Let's have ourselves a good day and crush. All right. Cleveland and Seattle. Jerome Ford thinks he's going to play. I don't know. I don't know, man. Seattle's run defense has been pretty good. It's a 38-point total. PJ Walker's starting again. Deshaun Watson's out. I'm pretty down on this Cleveland offense today.
I am as well. I think this is a good real life game and a bad DFS game. I'm always a fan of Amari Cooper, but it's not really on my mind this week. It looks like Njoku's good to go. Maybe as a punt tight end. That's about all I got for you.
What about Seattle?
Seattle was such a weird team last week. With Metcalf didn't play. He's going to be good now. Kenneth Walker didn't have the best game in the world. I don't have a lot for you here. I really don't. Pass for me. I respect Cleveland's defense quite a bit.
Is this game essentially a pass?
Probably the lowest exposure I have to any game.
All right. Lower than Tennessee because you do have some Derrick Henry.
Definitely lower than Tennessee. I have a couple pieces of, like I said, I have a little Drake London. I have some Derrick Henry. Here, I don't have much for Cleveland. And if I land on like a pass catcher for Seattle or even Kenneth Walker, I think that'd be fine. But he's behind like 4 or 5 guys in that price range.
All right. Well, that was easy. I'm with you, by the way. On the afternoon slate, I think I'll probably take some shots on the Seattle team just because you have some monsters like DK Metcalf that can do things. By the way, afternoon slate breakdown, that is over there in podcast exclusive. All of our stuff you can find in podcast form, guys. All that stuff. We have podcast exclusives that you won't find here either on YouTube. Ben and I break down every single slate after it happens. Then we take a real deep dive. We keep it around 30 minutes, but a nice deep dive, strategically speaking, on single entry and 3-max discussion. We use the post-contest simulator to look at what all the winning lineups did, what we did, what we can take as valuable information and move forward the next week, all that good stuff. So come hang out with us. Check out our stuff in podcast form, whether it's Apple Pod, Spotify, whatever archaic platform you're still using that I don't know about. It's there as well. Kansas City and Denver. All right. Kansas City and Denver, 47-point total. This line kept moving towards Denver, man, all the way down to 7, huh?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised by it.
I'm not surprised by it. I'd be surprised if it breaks 7.
It's not going to break 7. Not at this point.
I don't think so.
See the weather here, though.
What?
The weather in this game
could be nasty. Still a pretty healthy total, though. I don't know what to make of Denver. That defense at times looks lost. Now they look better. Kansas City's defense is for real. There's no doubt about that. Not chasing Travis Kelce. Pacheco at 61. For sure. I'm scared to say this. Is it crazy to think that I don't have a lot of exposure to this game either?
No, I don't think it's, well, on the Denver side, what's the upside? I think Javonte Williams has played really good football. I do. Since he's retired, I think he's looked good and efficient, but Jaleel McLaughlin is still getting opportunities. So against a really stout Kansas City defense, I don't love that. Now this game, believe it or not, has the highest total on the slate. Now the question is, does Lightning strike twice in the same spot where you have Travis Kelce, Rashee Rice, and Patrick Mahomes? That's the concern. And what about Isaiah Pacheco? I like Pacheco. I have no problems with him here. I'm also on record saying I don't think Denver's defense is nearly as bad as they looked earlier in the year. Not saying they're great. They're not. But I don't think they're nearly as bad as they looked earlier in the season. Kansas City, though, if you're paying for Mahomes and Kelce, it's probably going to be relatively. I still don't know how popular the 2-man like Rashee Rice, Kelce, and Mahomes stacks are going to be, even though it won last week. Plus, you factor in sub 30-degree temperatures and snow.
It's still not an easy build. I get it, and I get after last week, the Kelce situation, but I don't like this spot for this. Is anytime you go on the road in division, I don't care who you're playing. It's not an easy situation. Like, yeah, Kansas City should win this game, but I wouldn't be stunned to see it be a very competitive game. I wouldn't be stunned to see them lose. I don't think it's a gimme. Again, we just saw the Bills do this and look what happened, but I'm not really getting to a lot. Pacheco will be my favorite. I do have to complain about this just for 2 seconds. I have played MVS in some iteration, donated for basically the entire year. And because they got Hardman last week, I said, you know what? Just even in the afternoon slate, just don't. Just stop being an idiot. That might have been the most painful touchdown of the year for me, bar none.
It was so brutal.
It was so incredibly stupid. Again, it didn't make the difference in anything for me, but it was just to see that. You have got to be kidding me with him.
Mhm.
God, does that tilt me?
Maybe it'll be Sky Moore today.
Good, go ahead. I'm not playing any of those guys.
I don't blame you. Jeff Klein with a super chat. Thanks, Jeff. I'm a huge jerk that does awful things daily. I was certain I was going to rotten hell, but ever since liking these videos, it's now 50-50. You get it, Jeff.
Yep.
You get it, brother. You've atoned for those sins. You get it, and you're appreciated. Thank you. We will get to 1,000. Only a couple minutes left. We'll do it. We will. There's 68 people out there that said, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just do it. I'll just do it. They're out there. They're out there. Baltimore and Arizona. By the way, what's your favorite game so far on this slate?
My favorite game, it would be Minnesota and Green Bay, or the Eagles and Washington, or the game we're about to talk to.
Let's talk about Baltimore and Arizona then. Lamar Jackson, 16-1 straight up against NFC teams in his career. How is that even possible?
I don't know. I seriously think they're just making up stats right now and seeing like the fact, I'll say this till I die, the fact that the Jets had never beaten the Eagles doesn't seem possible.
No, I know. By the way, somebody mentioned that they could see Scorigami for that Denver Green Bay game last week. There were some times where I thought we might actually get something there.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a Scorigami this week.
Terrible game. What are you doing with Baltimore then? Are you going back to the well with Lamar and Mark Andrews? And how are you approaching a guy like Zay Flowers, who, again, we have him pulling decent ownership?
Was a little surprised by that. I do like Zay Flowers, though. I thought he would have been, and he would have been a little more involved if Detroit could have kept pace whatsoever. Lamar and Andrews was a little overshadowed. They were outstanding last week. And then Kelsey and Mahomes came in the second window, but right back to them. McBride on the other side, Hollywood Brown on the other side. It's a good game in the desert. Hard not to like this spot.
I'm going Lamar, Andrews, Flowers, all of them are fine. I'm still more about the single stack game, the skinny stack, than I am double stacking here. I would love Gus Edwards if he were cheaper, but unfortunately I can't bank on 1 for 80 through the air. There's just not enough rushing upside or pass catching upside. There just simply isn't, man. There's not enough pass catching upside there. And I don't know what else to say. I think it's Lamar, single stacks, or just, I'd have no problem one-offing Flowers or Mark Andrews either.
No, they're very solid plays. I prefer the skinny stack because we know what Lamar can do. It's just a good game, though. I just like the way this builds. And we made it. We made it to 1,000. Good job, everybody.
You guys are the greatest. We appreciate you. Never in doubt, huh? Never in doubt. The minus...
It was a little in doubt for me, but yeah, we got there.
If these were live odds a couple of minutes ago after you said the minus 120, you'd have probably put it around like plus 180.
Yeah, around that.
All right. Nah, the people are good. The people know.
People are good.
People are good. What about Arizona? Trey McBride. Even before Ertz got hurt last week, I'm watching this going, Trey McBride, I wasn't wrong. He was the one that was getting the early looks. He had the first 2 targets of the game, man. Just didn't materialize into anything from a DFS perspective. Now Zach Ertz is on the IR.
Yeah, I mean, he's the obvious punt on this slate. He's going to be in a lot of double tight end lineups. It's going to be a lot of, I want McCaffrey and Kamara. I'm going to put Trey McBride with them type lineups, and I get it. He's a player. He knows what he's doing. He was already ascending. They should be trailing. Besides ownership, there's nothing not to like about this guy.
Yeah, the ownership is really high on him, but he's super cheap. 15% against Baltimore feels gross, though, man.
I think it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, look, to be fair, 15% isn't insane, but he's still like top 7 in ownership. I have no issues with it. I would have liked if he did better last week when he wasn't owned and I had played him. That would have been fun.
Yeah, I played him too.
Yeah. I stand by it. Didn't work. Yeah, whatever. Are you going to Hollywood? Or are you going to To anybody else here? You going to Moore, Rondell Moore? You going to DeMercado in the backfield?
No, not really. I think Hollywood would be the only other spot that I have interest in. Burrito, appreciate that super chat. Mahomes and Kelsey or Hurts and Brown due to the weather? I would go Hurts and Brown, but not due to the weather. I just like them more.
Mahomes and Kelsey or Hurts plus Brown. Yeah, it's Hurts Brown for me, but I don't really think you can go wrong.
No.
You really can't. You can't.
I mean, it's four of the best players in the league.
Yeah. And two of the best, quarterback pass catcher pairings in the league from an overall target share perspective too. Brown's got like a 33% target share in the season. It's absolutely nuts. Sum this game up for me before we close it out with Cincy and San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a Baltimore team that I think is starting to roll, an Arizona team that seems to put up a fight with no weather concerns, with cheap options. It's just a good game, and one that I plan to target.
Guys, here we go. Eric Lindquist, Matt Gajewski coming up next, taking you all the way up to 1. We got you covered. Nowhere else to go. Listen, whatever, throw the AirPods in, close the phone if you have to. Build those lineups. Keep it playing. These guys got great info coming up after us. Cincinnati and San Francisco, 43.5 point total. Miraculously, Brock Purdy is no longer in concussion protocol, and he's going to start. It won't be Sam Darnold. This was surprising to a lot of people, but here we go. No Deebo Samuel today, though. He remains out. One of the spots that I will be looking to get to is a sub 10% George Kittle. I really like this spot for him, Ben. I know it's risky. It feels like it's always boom or bust with him. But in the 2 games this year where either Deebo or Ayuk have been out, he's seen 25% target share. He hasn't scored, but in those games, if he does score, you're looking at a totally different player. He had that 3 touchdown game. I think George Kittle at 9% at 5,400 is a more than solid play. Now, surely Brandon Ayuk is a great play. Christian McCaffrey's the second highest owned running back, third, behind Pollard and Breece Hall on the slate. All of that. But I'm not sleeping on, I don't have to say much about McCaffrey and Ayuk. It's pretty self-explanatory, but I don't want to sleep on Kittle. I don't think we should be sleeping on George Kittle today. I know if you look at the game log, it's ugly for the most part. I think the absence of Deebo Samuel makes a difference here.
Sure. I mean, he's an elite player when they give him opportunities. We know the talent is there. I don't think it's really a difficult case to make. To me, the bigger discussion as we round out this slate is, are you afraid of San Francisco's defense enough to rule out Cincinnati?
Wait, say that again?
Are you afraid of San Francisco's defense enough to not want to play any Bengals?
No.
Okay.
No, Bengals aren't my favorite team. I'm more worried about seeing one good game from Joe Burrow, and that was against Arizona, and the rest of them have been well below average. That would be my biggest concern.
I think that's fair. I look at someone like Jamar Chase, and it's funny. I thought he would be sneaky in a spot like this, but he's not.
I thought he would too. I'll tell you this much though. I'm Joe Mixon is one of the guys where,
oh my God,
he's still getting some ownership. Unless he falls into the end zone twice, you're just done. How much Mixon are you getting? That's the toughest part for me, because Jamar Chase in any matchup can still be good. Do I prefer AJ Brown and a few other guys up top? Sure, I do. But I think Jamar Chase is still solid. Who knows? Maybe this game does just see us a lot of points. 43.5 point total is still actually one of the higher numbers on this slate. The question now becomes, what do you do with Joe Mixon?
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to hold on with his volume a little bit. I'm not going to get there today. If I play a Bengal, it's going to be Jamar Chase, and that's going to be the extent of it. And yes, we do look at chat. It's just, what are we supposed to do with Mahomes? He could be on his deathbed or he could have a cough. It's very hard to know what illness and will play means. I don't change anything from that. I don't think it means anything. Yeah, it's impossible to know.
Look at Trevor Lawrence last Thursday.
Yeah. He's immobile. He's running like Usain. Yeah, he's going to play, but he can't run. And first play is like Usain Bolt down the sidelines. Okay.
Yeah, honestly, speculation doesn't do much good there. The one thing that could, if you really wanted to gain some insight, the best way to do it, Ben, is look at the spread and look at the total.
Yep. Will it push 6.5? Will Mahomes prop crater? Those are things I think you should monitor.
Yeah. And if that's the case, then you can actually apply some of that to, all right, what the hell am I doing now? Sum this game up for me. I'll tell you, I like Kittle. I like Ayuk. I like McCaffrey. I like all three of those guys today. I do. Tough two games for them, back-to-back losses. One of them Monday night against Minnesota, the other in Cleveland on the missed field goal. No issues with Chase. He's not my favorite pay up, but I have no problem getting there. Joe Mixon's the toughest spot for me. The last thing before we go that I have to ask you about, and as always, guys, appreciate all, 4,000 of you hanging out and just choosing to watch this show with us every morning on Sunday. Means a lot. It doesn't go unnoticed. What are you doing with T. Higgins? Just because he's getting virtually zero ownership.
Who?
I gotta
I'm sorry.
ask you.
You cut out there for a second.
I said T. Higgins is getting sub 5% ownership. I had to ask you about him before we go.
If you wanted to go there as a flyer, I get it. Right now he's on the outside looking in for me.
Follow Ben at JazzRaz DFS, me at Loughy _D, LOUGHY _D. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the day. Stick around. Live Before Lock coming up next. And if you look at the top of your screen, you see it right there. 100% first match deposit bonus over on our sponsor, Owner's Box. If you're not there yet, up to $500 first match deposit bonus on Owner's Box. We've seen some significant overlay there. Super flex contest, which are awesome. You never have to get burned by a defense like it seemingly happens every week, everywhere else. If you're not there, take advantage of the bonus. Ready? It's matched 100% up to whatever you deposit, but $500 tops if you have that. Today's 100K kickoff, 20K to first place, 41% filled right now with an hour and 21 minutes to go until lock. 41% filled, 21K up top. The Hail Mary, 15K Hail Mary, 32% filled right now with an hour and 20 minutes to go until lock. Link in the description and in chat. If you're looking to take advantage of the biggest overlay in the game right now and a $500 first match deposit bonus, Owner's Box has you covered. Anyway, you guys are the best. Appreciate you. Eric Lindquist, Matt Gajewski coming up right now. Here's Eric, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks, my guy. Hey, what's going on, everybody? NFL Live Before Lock starts right now. Let's get to it. I'm excited to be here. Week 8. It's upon us. We got Jordan Klein in the house, of course, producing, doing a phenomenal job all morning long. Best producer in the game, named Jordan Klein. I don't think it's close. And then we got my guy, Matt _Gajewski, over on the Twitters. Matt Gajewski, college football extraordinaire, and of course, dominates here in the NFL streets as well. How you doing, my dude?
Doing great, man. Full slate today, a rare one. No London games, no buys. So we have a lot of teams at our disposal, and I can't wait to break it all down with you. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. I'm not as good as my parents right now. They ended up winning some raffle deal where they're able to take a private plane to go to Lambeau Field. So they just left Sioux Falls and they're going to Lambeau for the Packers Green Bay game. So your team, my team, facing off against each other. So skull for me.
Yeah, I'm a Bears fan, so I don't care who wins.
And never mind.
The Bears aren't live for anything, so I'll cheer for the Vikings for you and yours.
Down with the Packers. Sounds good to me, friends. Smash that like button. I see you guys did an amazing job of that. It's almost like Loughy is good at that, and I'd like to be good at that too. So help me out, friends. We just got all the inactives here. As I'm looking at everything, I just got a note here, actually from News Guy, which kind of concerns me for a second. So we're going to check this out. Patrick Mahomes has the flu. He was feeling a little sicky. He had IVs both yesterday and today. Not feeling great, but he will play per source. Good stuff. Thank you, News God. Otherwise, I didn't see anything other than Jalen Ramsey's back, so that's cool. But what do you think about Patrick Mahomes having a rumbly in his tumbly?
Nothing. Still playing him.
Yep.
What do you think?
Yeah. I don't know. People are worried about weather. People are worried about him being sick. So 40 ball incoming. Play him. Play Kelsey. Oh, I know Swift isn't in the house. Oh, I don't care. I do not care. I do not want to talk about it anymore, Sam. I do not like green eggs and ham, but we're ready to talk quarterback. You ready to dive into this slate, my dude?
I am ready. Let's do it.
All right, to the top we go, and Patrick Mahomes happens to be at the top there, 6% ownership in our current projections. Jalen Hurts, then somebody I have massive amount of interest in, and then Lamar Jackson, who I missed out on the main slate, ended up winning the core contest in DraftKings Rainmakers last week because, well, Lamar Jackson. He's pretty darn good. I have some concerns going up against Arizona. I think this could be a heavy dose. Said it all week long. Gus Edwards, Justice Hill, just, grind out this football game one last time. Joshua Dobbs probably starting before it turns over to Kyler Murray. A lot of money to pay Kyler Murray to play in meaningless football games, but such is life. Matt, amongst these 8K quarterbacks, who's your favorite?
The player I have the most of right now is Lamar, but I'm playing a little bit more smaller field stuff. I would tailor this to the field size. You're not just working with Lamar's ownership. If you're stacking him, you're also running into an extremely owned wide receiver that we'll talk about in a little bit. Sir Zay Flowers going to be mega owned. So I think you just need to navigate him carefully, but he projects the best. The matchup is awesome. Big favorites over Arizona, whose defense has essentially been non-existent. So in a vacuum, Lamar would be the one guy I pick, but honestly, we're splitting hairs. Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, even Tua Tagovailoa, he's the only player in the 7K. So I kind of loop him into this discussion. They're awesome alternatives. Hurts, especially if I was playing more large field stuff today, playing a little bit in those contests, I have more Hurts. His rushing equity is so high right now, and it's not even just the designed attempts. It's the quarterback sneak stuff around the goal line. The rushing equity and rushing touchdowns is so high for him. So you can clearly see a ceiling. I'm interested to see what happens with Mahomes. I'm not set on my final exposures yet, but I'm kind of debating in the background increasing to Mahomes because of not only weather, but now this flu stuff. I don't know. A lot of people just treat this with pure cowardice when really we don't know. And I'm not sure what to do with him. If he comes in less than 6%, I'm going to boost him.
Yeah, it's probably going to come down a little bit between weather and now this report. People don't like uncertainty. I love uncertainty. I think I'm probably going to get a little bit more Patrick Mahomes after this news. Maybe that's just like the GPP bro in me, where it's like immediately seeing news like this makes me think other people are going to do a thing. So I'll do the opposite. And I don't know. I have no clue. I'm not in Patrick Mahomes' body feeling sick. That'd be pretty cool. Although, I don't know. I was going to say something about I'm sure his wife is lovely. But either way, I am looking big time here at boosting a little bit of Patrick Mahomes as opposed to Jalen Hurts, who I by far have the most of here. As I was going through the Sims tool, I'm pretty flat this week relative to other weeks. Now, Breece Hall is somebody that you're going to naturally get a ton of in the Sims tool if you're using that along while we're doing this show today. I ended up doing a little bit of a negative ROI boost. And when I did, now I'm getting pretty flat exposures, 33%, the most I have of any player. That's Nico Collins. And then AJ Brown, not far behind him. I think AJ Brown, just because of how dynamic he's been, that target share, I think he makes a really good skinny stat. I'm not breaking any news. He's had 125 yards in 5 straight. Tutty last week just completely smashed that showdown slate. And now on a main slate, going to be playing a ton of him, it would appear. So Jalen Hurts naturally going to get there, but I'm with you. I think this is something where I want to really be careful. If other people are going to be going that direction, I would be really upset if I saw a 5 or 4% Patrick Mahomes, regardless of any situations. I don't care if he's playing in a torrential downpour in the middle of wherever. It could be as bad as possible weather-wise, and you'd want to play like a sub 5% Patrick Mahomes on a 12-13 game slate, but I'm not breaking any news there either. We got Tua on an island there at 7,700. Of course, the offense dynamic, except for when they play good football teams. There's a conversation to be had there too. Buffalo and that. I mean, come on, guys. But 6K range, Cousins, Stafford, Stroud, Trevor Lawrence, good to go here. Dak Prescott coming up a lot in the Sims tool as well. And Joe Burrow, 6 to 8K it would be. Who are you landing on the most here in this range, my friend?
Messing with my exposures a lot right now, but currently the player I'm landing to most in this like 6K range, man, it's honestly not that many players. I find myself going down a lot, but otherwise, Trevor Lawrence is a player that I have a decent amount of. So you were talking about your negative ROI boost. I did that to Dak, and I think he's probably going to be somebody. I mean, our Sims like him. He's coming in with decent ownership. I have a blind spot with Dak, honestly. I don't think he's very good. This matchup, they're huge favorites over LA, but I don't know. This offense has been dysfunctional. Now kind of starts like a really easy streak of games for them. But anytime like we have Dak in double-digit ownership, like I'm like allergic to this quarterback. So I would much rather pivot to Lawrence, Stroud. Stafford's a bit expensive for my liking. But Tua, I think you could definitely get to him if you're willing to include him in this conversation. You mentioned that he's on an island. I do like him up there with Tyreek and Waddle. But yeah, for me, it's going to be Trevor Lawrence and CJ Stroud from this range, and I'll be fading Dak.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I mean, Dak Prescott, again, he is... I think a lot of other people feel the way you do, too. But in terms of raw projection, I was very surprised as the week went on to see him with a 20 next to his name here at Stochastic. But I think it's appropriate when you start looking at this Rams offense. You're getting the price correction. I think for me, it's just that I prefer Joe Burrow there. That Cincinnati-San Francisco game is going to be a huge part of my portfolio. You get 3 amazing skill position players on the San Francisco side. And as good as the San Francisco defense is, I love Jamar Chase today. They've been giving up massive games to wide receivers here of late, and I just need to ride that wave in a spot where it's going to come in a little bit lower owned. That was a big stand that I had last season during the playoffs, where this secondary, you get up against an alpha from time to time. DK Metcalf went berserk against them in a losing effort last season. It kind of like early on in this season, I've been playing against the San Francisco defense more than other people throughout the season. I think this is a very, very good spot for Jamar Chase. But we get into the 5K range, of course. Is there anybody in the 6K range other than Dak Prescott that you might be shorting? Because the Sims tool does like getting to some Trevor Lawrence. We haven't talked about Kenny Pickett. There's a lot of guys sub 6K that I think fall into play for this show or for this slate. But anybody else that you might be shorting up in that range? Because CJ Stroud got steamed up this week too.
I like CJ Stroud. I think part of that is just you have injuries to Robert Wood. So you've got really easy stacks you can make with CJ Stroud, and he's been good. The matchup's very easy for him. I'm slightly positively leveraged to Joe Burrow, so I echo what you're saying. I also like using a ton of skinny stacks in that game. If you're, stacking someone else like Lawrence, you can use, a Jamar Chase to McCaffrey or something like that. So that's one big stance I have. So I'll be positively leveraged to Burrow slightly. But once we get below that, I think Purdy, player that stands out to me, I'll be playing a little Minshew. It's kind of a weird matchup against New Orleans, but this really gross punt range isn't too enticing to me. There's like 3 or 4 players I plan on using a bit, and Purdy definitely leads that group by far since he got cleared from the concussion. He's a little expensive, but that game is so good. So to the point on Joe Burrow, I like using Purdy on the other side as well. Minshew's a sprinkling. And then the only other player I have significant ownership to is actually Sam Howell, which is horrifying. Guy's breaking records for sacks. He's playing Philadelphia, figures to get some sacks, but the team is going to get crushed and he'll be throwing a lot from behind. You have a lot of potential opportunity for cheap garbage time stuff. Don't think really much separates him between the other cheap quarterbacks down here, other than his volume should be pretty good.
For those with betting interest, DraftKings -105, Philly -7. What are we doing here? I'm going to just feel all of the pain in all the land if they cannot cover today. I think Philly does absolutely roll them, but I'm with you. I think that probably makes Sam Howell a little bit more interesting. Might have to give him a little bit of a boost, but the only quarterback that I have that I have double digits of today outside of Joe Burrow, who I have 12% of, is 22% Brock Purdy. I am just jamming Brock Purdy relative to the field right now. I find Cincinnati's defense giving up the 28th most to the quarterback position, the 4th most fantasy points to the quarterback position over the course of this season. 5,600. It is a great enticing spot, and you get 3 skill position players as opposed to 4. That consolidates some of the target share there. I think without Deebo Samuel in the mix again, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, they are the highest owned nearly at every single one. I have 2 wide receivers in A.J. Brown, Nico Collins that I have higher owned than Ayuk, but he is sitting there 3rd, and Kittle, my highest owned tight end. I am just playing these guys, and McCaffrey, my 2nd highest owned running back. I am just playing tons of that football game. So if it doesn't go off, then you're going to see me have a sad face. What do you think about Gardner Minshew here? Because I do think that there's kind of an interesting build where you can go downs and then playing Jonathan Taylor. I know Zach Moss is active, but I'm of the mind that if there is any kind of a limitation there, we already saw the scales start to sway in favor of Jonathan Taylor, as you would expect it would when you get paid the bag. But I really like Minshew plus Taylor plus Downs this week. Little bit of my guy Pittman, although that's getting to be a harder ask. Seems like Minshew to the slot. There's definitely something there with Downs, and I'm going to just ride the hot hand a little bit there. It's not like Minshew's pulling any ownership against New Orleans. Think Kamara is an easy guy to include in that grouping as well. What do you think about Minshew?
Yeah, I'm currently slightly overexposed to Minshew compared to where we have him. And I mean, like 1.5% owned, 2% owned is where he's going to come in. You can literally sprinkle him into a 150 set, and then you have your Minshew exposure. To your point, I like that we know where the targets are going. Downs and Pittman are pretty easy stacking options with him. And this game has a chance to be a little sneaky. I don't hate the other side of it either for runbacks and stuff like that. So Minshew is a guy I like. Outside of him in this range, once we get pretty cheap, we're talking about some really gross signal callers. I don't have a lot of interest in Russell Wilson. Casey's defense is really set up. You have Tyrod Taylor. He has a pretty good floor, but I really question the ceiling with him. We already talked about Howler's player I like. Dobbs has melted in recent weeks. The only other player down here that I have a decent amount of exposure to is Pickett, who's very cheap. That game's going to get up and down. Both teams play fast. With Pickett, you're just really worried about efficiency. Fortunately, the Pickett stacks are so cheap. So I was getting a lot of him when I ran the Sims, and it's not just Pickett and this good game environment, but he's kind of an access point to McCaffrey, Chase, Tyreek Hill, whatever studs that you like are. So what do you really need Kenny Pickett to do? You kind of just need a decent price-adjusted output at the end of the day. And then if McCaffrey, Tyreek, and whatever studs you pick do their part, I kind of like the overall outlook of those lineups just with him under center at 4,900.
Yeah, it's got Desmond Ridder vibes from 2 weeks ago. I think that it definitely carries that. I think it's kind of similar with the pass catchers too, where you knew it would be Drake London and Kyle Pitts if it's Desmond Ridder for the doubles. I think you pretty comfortably know that it's going to be Deontay Johnson, George Pickens for the doubles there. Although I do have some of this, whatever his name is, the tight end Hayward.
Connor Hayward.
God, this guy sucks. Does he play football on this team?
I don't know. He was like an H-back in college. So it's weird to me that he's playing so much. He played at Michigan State.
Put up like 5 and 4 the last 2 weeks, and I've had like double-digit ownership on him each one. Dude,
he tells me to no other because they took Darnell Washington, who is maybe like my favorite tight end prospect in the entire draft. I cannot see a world where this guy deserves to be played over Darnell Washington. It is unbelievable. You have like one of the freakiest tight ends in the entire NFL. And you're not playing him. Anyway, that's not about DFS, so we can move on.
Yeah, I only have 2%. I did reduce a little bit of my Kenny Pickett. I do think that that's somebody who gets steamed up. Plus, I kind of prefer Howell after you kind of talked through that situation a little bit. So I gave him a boost. Again, so easy to be able to shuffle everything over in the Sims tool. We're going to work through the lineup generator here in a little bit like we did last week, and that's going to be fun. Going to be something that I think shows a lot. I mean, last week, getting Kelsey in the lineup generator, you made money. You made money. Thank you, lineup generator, for existing and having all the goodness there where you're getting everything the Sims tool does in a easy to use little format to be able to help you make some money. It is phenomenal stuff, but also phenomenal stuff. We've got an NBA DFS package for you right now. 20% off when you sign up with promo code TIPOFF. Yes, TIPOFF. Tip to tip for everybody who knows. Greg Ehrenberg, my God, absolutely nuking the slate yesterday. Great stuff. But promo code TIPOFF gets you 20% off that NBA DFS package. Everything we have for the Sims tool here for the NFL, swear to God, you're going to love it in the NBA. It's already paying dividends. I haven't banked a slate here yet, but I've had only profitable slates, three straight where I played last week on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Friday. It has been unbelievable stuff here. Just seeing the best lineups, all carrying stochastic avatars. And if you want to try it out here for a lower cost, 20% off, promo code TIPOFF, pretty easy deal to put together. Again, the Sims tool, you're building out the 5,000 lineups in 60 seconds in the contest generator. We've got a pretty easy opportunity for you to check out that lineup generator where you can export up to 20 lineups for those $4 20 max contests. You want to be checking this out now because once other people figure out how powerful this tool is, you're not going to be winning as much. So get in there here now so you can win like our guy, Greg Ehrenberg over here, over $110,000 on yesterday's slate. And that's good ROI, Brandon Katz, compared to what your tiny little brain thinks. Just throwing it out there. Anywho, running back position. You ready to keep it rocking, my friend?
Yeah.
All right, to the top we go. Christian McCaffrey. He's good at football.
He's very good at football. I love Christian McCaffrey. One slate context sort of thing. It's pretty tight. And I think all the lineups that played Trey McBride are going to be funneled into similar builds, liking the expensive receivers. McCaffrey's pulling some ownership, but it's honestly a little less than I thought it was going to be. So he's a player I do like getting to. He's a part of that awesome game that it seems like you and I both are trying to be overexposed to. So he's owned, but he's still coming in below Pollard, below Breece Hall. I like the way my lineups look with him and some of the skinny stacks you can build, including McCaffrey. And then from a talent opportunity standpoint, what holes can we really poke in him? It's sort of, if he's your preferred stud, completely fine with it. And that's how I'm treating it. I'll be over the field on McCaffrey.
Yeah, you can see over in terms of salary that we have grouped there too. Ownership wise, 16.7%. That's only the fourth highest owned running back. You have Pollard, you have Hall, you have Kamara. What's up?
Said, we got an update.
Yeah, we did.
He's even lower than last I looked.
He's lower. Get low like an 18-wheeler. It's going to be really good. Was that shake it like a salt shaker in my brain? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's that kind of a morning. Oh, wait and see. Ownership on some of these players that we have here at the top of the tool. Tony Pollard, my friend, Alvin Kamara. I think one of the more difficult things that we have to figure out.
You're on fire today. This might be your best show all time.
Oh man, I feel like I just kind of like one up myself every single week, and it's all because of you, Matt Gajewski. You make me comfortable to be myself. But Tony Pollard and Alvin Kamara and Breece Hall, I want to play all of them in cash. I'm not playing cash here, but I'm saying that I would want to play all of them in cash theoretically. In tournaments, though, my God, Tony Pollard, if he's going to be 25, 30%, I feel like I need to be way over that. And if Breece Hall in a game environment where they have an under 19 total, as much as I love my Iowa State brethren, I cannot get to that kind of a number. Can I? The Sims tool had me with 72% Breece Hall before I adjusted it down. He is now still my highest owned running back, but I put him into the mid 30s, into around 40%. I think I can live with that. But do you have any kind of a pecking order here amongst these three super popular running backs that are all pulling 20+% ownership?
With Breece, it's a price thing, 5,900 on a slate that's really tight. You could jam McCaffrey, Kamara, and Pollard, but you're probably punting with three guys at that point. Maybe you use two punt tight ends and like a Michael Gallup. So clearly there's restrictions on this slate that limit those kind of builds, which funnels you into Breece Hall, who is the only semi-comfortable play in this price range. The alternatives are like Joe Mixon, who you should, pretty self-explanatory why he's not comfortable. But I still think you can poke holes in Breece Hall, and he's a guy I'm bringing down a little bit myself in the Sims tool. The matchup's okay. New York is decent on the ground, but the Jets, they're down like 3 starting offensive linemen today. There's some fragility here. This run game just gets stuffed. You don't have to respect Zach Wilson to begin with. And Breece Hall, he's seeing more opportunity, yes, but he's kind of living with these massive runs. He'll slam into the back of his offensive line 17 times for 3 yards per carry and then break off a 70-yarder. So you're kind of betting on him hitting one of those runs. And with this kind of ownership, I think you can flip the build. You can play the stud running backs. You can go even cheaper than this to allow for a whole different construction, or you can straight up pivot. Mixon's just one guy in this range. There's players that are a little bit more expensive. If you can find like 200, 300, then that access point is more like DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Taylor, like Pacheco. All those guys are right there. You just have to find like $300 and you can make it work. So I'd rather be spread to that group rather than have like 70% Breece Hall, if that makes sense.
I'm absolutely with you. Again, I'm still going to be playing a lot of him, it would appear. I still have an hour. We have an hour to be able to fix things out. We still have an hour of this show, which is wild because last week it felt like it absolutely flew, even though it was a 90-minute show. The last guys, they were nice to us. They gave us an extra, 8-10 minute buffer here as we came into this one. So 80-minute show, ready to rock in this 7K range with some other pieces. Raheem Mostert. Nowadays, everybody want to talk, like you got some to say, but they forgot about, it doesn't rhyme, Mostert. 7,700 for him. He's 1.5% owned. He was basically leading the entire running back position in fantasy points until Christian McCaffrey just absolutely nuked the last couple of weeks. But I feel like I have to jam some Raheem Mostert in tournaments at 1.5%. Yes, Jeff Wilson exists. He's back there. I don't know if he gets mixed in as much as what it would seem other people think looking at Twitter. I think Mostert is still going to play 65, 70% of snaps. I have to be clicking on that button in tournaments. Are you?
Yeah, he's just a hard guy to project. And we saw this with Achane when he was there. It's an efficient offense that scores a ton of touchdowns. They're often eclipsing their team total, and it's a pretty condensed opportunity share. At receiver, we know who it is, but even at running back, like Mostert, even in a timeshare, so much of it just goes through him at the time, HN, now presumably Jeff Wilson. We can still play these guys. You definitely have to do the opportunity cost game. If you play Mostert, you're probably not playing McCaffrey. You're not playing some of the other studs on the slate. So I understand why he shouldn't be projected as highly as them. But this seems like a situation where ownership is just funneled too far away from him. So I do like him at this price as a leverage point. If you're running a portfolio of lineups, he's not a guy that's particularly hard to get in there. I mean, sub 5%, I think is ridiculous. And if he comes in at 1.5, man, that's just crazy.
Yeah, it would be crazy. And I look at it and it's like, I do think a lot of people see this 6K range, and this is a target rich environment. I know Travis Etienne, also somebody that I'm going to be playing as leverage off of the Pollard Kamara chalk. Welcome to tournament GPP, bro. But here we are in the 6K range. I love Jonathan Taylor for tournaments today. I am going to play double the field, it would appear, right around 21% of him, 20%. 6,200. I do think, again, I don't know. I feel like he was already going to be seeing a majority of the snaps, and maybe Zach Moss is limited even further from being dinged up. There was a question if he was even going to play football today, but he'll be suiting up. Could he be an insurance policy? I don't know. It's obviously a tough matchup here against New Orleans anyway, and I would want Jonathan Taylor to be seeing 60+% of the snaps no matter what, but the price is 6,200 as well. The opportunity could be larger than we're projecting. How are you feeling about him in the rest of this lower 6K range?
Yeah, it could also be less than we're projecting, so it's
that
tricky.
would suck. That would suck.
That would suck. My approach is to come in right with the field. So we have him, 14-ish% owned in this range. Mm-hmm. So for me, I think you can just come in with the field, and then you're not absorbing any risk. I think there's other situations that are better for that on this slate. And I mean, the downside's just as clear as the upside. Zach Moss is closer to full health than we think. And I mean, there's no real reason to play him unless he's not. You see this closer to a 50-50 timeshare. The offense isn't good. They're inefficient. Tough matchup against New Orleans. I don't know. You can get guys with more secure touches or similar touches at 1,000 cheaper, even more than that in some situations. So I'm definitely not taking a stand with this, but I'm not coming underweight either. My current run in the last Sims update I did, he was right at 13% for me.
How bad does Arthur Smith suck?
I don't know, man. There's clearly a disconnect between the GM and the head coach there. I think Arthur Smith just has his own way of evaluating talent and how they want to play. And the GM clearly didn't talk to him when he was drafting players. So I don't know.
Drafting a running back in the top 10.
Arthur Smith.
I do too, to a certain extent, because obviously he's pretty good at play calling. He's done a lot with a little in Atlanta so far, but Bijan Robinson, looking at him with a 6K tag next to his name, pulling less than half of the ownership of a Breece Hall. They have the same implied total. Tennessee, this is a team that with Will Levis and Malik Willis, what you talking about Willis, I don't know if we're going to have to really worry about anything other than just running the football and trying to win a 13-10 football game or something. Like Bijan Robinson, it's weird not having him in my portfolio right now at this kind of a tag, because I was paying, $7,700 with everybody else for him at the beginning of the season. But what are we doing there? Because I feel like this is somebody that I'm going to just miss out on today.
Yeah, you could. It's another uncertain situation. I think after the amount of heat he took for that mishap last week, he's probably just going to come back and play his normal role, or at least that's what it seems to me. I don't know for sure. He's been in a timeshare with Algier, and that doesn't really look like it's going to change. What we can say is his pass game role is awesome, and they use him like a receiver enough where he's been able to overcome a timeshare pretty routinely. I mean, we were trying to play him as a leverage play of 7,700 last week or whatever he is. Now he's significantly cheaper than that, and people are just scared after he was out with a headache. I'm still going to get to some Bijan. He's not ever going to be a guy I take a significant stand on unless he's cheap. But yeah, as a leverage play off of the highly owned backs, if that's how you decide to take your leverage point, I have no issues with it.
Before we go below the 6K range, there are 6 states that you should be checking this out in. See, they kind of correlated a little bit. This is not one of the states. Why did I say that? Virginia, Kentucky, New Jersey, Ohio, Iowa, Colorado. Those are the 6 states that we have going. In Kentucky, this is $1 into 365. So that's a no-brainer. You just go down there and check it out. But $5 into 150 in bonus bets right now. That is phenomenal stuff that they have going in these 6 states. And yeah, Kentucky, it's even a step better. $5 into 150 in bonus bets, no other strings attached. The most you could be out by taking advantage of this offer in the video description box below or in the chat, as Jordan Klein has astutely dropped it in there for you, is $5. Again, $5. You could have $155 in betting exposure over at Bet365, one of the most reputable sports books that exists worldwide, and now coming stateside, but only in those 6 states of Kentucky, Ohio, New Jersey, Virginia, Iowa, and Colorado. So get $5 into 150 in bonus bets, get $1 into $365 in bonus bets over in Kentucky, only if you're 21 and over, 18 and over in Kentucky. And if you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER. Alrighty, my friend, let's go down below, low into the 6K range. I don't have to do that bit again. Joe Mixon. He was the most popular player on the slate on Thursday. Oh my God, Jordan Clark. Seriously? Okay, well, we're just going there with it. Running back position, sub 6K. Joe Mixon is 5,800. He was the most popular guy there. I'm going to not look at the screen here so that I could focus and not be just made fun of by Jordan Klein repeatedly all the time, every day in my entire lifetime. But he's now down to 13%. I do love this San Francisco-Cincinnati game environment. I'm invested in it. And yet I'm not getting as much Joe Mixon as what I was expecting coming into this week because Breece Hall exists right above him. He's getting all the opportunity, Joe Mixon is, but like not doing a damn thing with it. Is this his time against this stout San Francisco defense?
Yeah, probably not. But at the same time, the opportunity is there. So I think it's a situation you can make bets on. And again, this is a game that I like targeting quite a bit. So I do have some Mixon. It's nothing crazy. It's right around the projected ownership we have of him because it's not like we're just limited to Breece Hall and Joe Mixon in this range either. There's plenty of options you can move to. Swift. We just talked about Taylor, Pacheco, Bijan. So, I mean, I don't really see a reason to be overexposed to any of these guys. Their projections don't differ too much for me. I'm playing them where it makes sense. My stacks, my skinny stacks, and just my regular correlation pieces, but I'm not going to be overexposed to any of the players in this range, to be honest with you.
I love Pat McAfee. That's a weird thing to say. But anyway, we continue on to, do you want to go like bottom of this 5K range? Like Jerome Ford, what ended up happening with him?
Nothing yet.
They're tends to play.
Game. Aren't they an afternoon game?
Yeah, I was going to say, we don't have any clue yet.
Yeah, we won't know till later.
I thought somebody just dropped something in Slack there for a second. Yeah, we're not going to have any idea, but Kareem Hunt, that is somebody that I am playing at 5,200, more than the field, very much more than the field. He could end up being the absolute nuts there at 5,200, pretty similar to that Jackson Smith and Jigba spot. That worked out nicely, even though you didn't do anything in the second half. You didn't really even need it. It was a phenomenal late swap opportunity. I think you have lots of late swap opportunities, and I have so much exposure to San Francisco, Cincinnati that I don't really have to think about it too much. I'm going to have lineup spots to be able to move things around. You want to always be active in those late swap streets, but I'll be able to react to that news a little bit later. He could end up popular in my builds. He could also not be in any of them if Jerome Ford is good to go. I'm going to be paying very close attention to that here. Again, I thought I saw somebody drop something in there. But below 5K, I feel like the only spot to really talk about is what we're going to do with Miles Sanders and or Chuba Hubbard. I am of the mind that I'm going to play Chuba Hubbard way more than the field. I don't know what you think, but he's been the more efficient back. He's been the better back. I know Frank Reich, he handed over playing calling duties here this week, and it's an uncertain spot, but like 4,800 Chuba Hubbard does a lot to be able to put in some of these expensive stacks, whether it's the Rams that are almost impossible to put together without, if you want to go the Nakua Cup route, without some of these cheap running backs, like a combination of a Kareem Hunt and Chuba Hubbard. I think I think it's still a spot where I want to have a little bit of Miles Sanders, but again, he's the more popular guy between the two. I prefer Hubbard. Who do you prefer in that backfield coming into this week based on what we saw last week?
Definitely Hubbard. Tons of uncertainty in this projection, maybe the most uncertainty of any projection on the entire slate.
Yes.
And you guys should use your own thoughts for this. If you think Miles Sanders is the better player and he gets more work, boost him.
Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks Miles Sanders is better, do they?
Well, then everyone boost Chuba Hubbard instead. If everybody thinks that Chuba Hubbard's better and he's earned more work, that's what you should do. Because at the end of the day, we're projecting a timeshare, but there's a wide range of outcomes on the projection. And there's a human being behind the scenes assigning opportunity shares to these players. We don't know. And if you think you know better, then I would adjust this. And I could see it going any way, which way. And if you're just playing a large, like a whole array of lineups and tournaments, you can do this with both sides and play them both. I personally think Hubbard's the better player. He's been way more efficient. Miles Sanders is a bottom 3 running back in the NFL based on most major efficiency metrics. Forced missed tackles, yards after contact per attempt. I don't know if he's been dealing with an injury longer than we've known about, but this guy absolutely stinks. He's A.J. Dillon level efficient, and Chuba Hubbard just flat out played better than that. He's not anything spectacular himself, but I mean, we're going from a bottom 3 running back to about a league average running back. Whether you think the coaching staff has realized that or not, I don't know. It seems like they have because the timeshare is narrowed. Tough to predict, but I think we're fully in line here with Chuba Hubbard being a little more exposed. In my lineups, I'm going to be above the field to him. Nothing crazy because it's very uncertain, but hard for me to envision them going back to Miles Sanders after he slammed into the back of the O-line 14 times in recent
Click it or
games.
ticket. We're going to click that little ROI boost. We like that. We like that. Plus sign next to Chuba Hubbard. You like that. It's going to be great. Tons of super chats to get caught up on here, my friends. Big Money NJ. Oh my God. Fitty spot. He drops a Fitty. Oh, snap. 2 of my favorite people here as a bonus for the sharp looks for Western Kentucky. Were you on Western Kentucky yesterday, you sicko?
Western Michigan?
Western Michigan? Oh, okay. Well,
Western Kentucky didn't
That was the one. Oh, okay. But anyway, the Jay Duran, I know that one was me. So that feels good. Wagon, guys, love you guys. We love you too. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it. I'm going to do this one because it just popped up. Burnett, Lazajuan Burnett, $2. Would you handcuff Sanders and Hubbard or Pierce? I would want Hubbard out of all 3 of those.
Yeah, I think the more valuable situation is probably Carolina.
Yeah,
but it's close.
Hubbard situation, and Singletary started to. I have like 2% Devin Singletary today for whatever that's worth. Steve McGee, member for 30 months. What value for running back, wide receiver are you playing if running Mahomes? We will. If you're running Mahomes, it's pretty simple. Running back, Pacheco, you're still going to play him alongside of him if you're talking that way. And wide receiver, Rashee Rice is just such an easy combination. Kadarius Toney just got pulled off the field last week. I don't know what's going on there. That didn't end up working out the way I anticipated, or I think anybody else anticipated. But if you're running out Mahomes, just fine playing Pacheco next to him.
Yep, agree with you 100%. I'm not really making a lot of limitations this week with running back quarterbacks, and that's because the totals are all extremely low. If you find the game that exceeds the total, you're going to want to be overexposed to it in multiple ways. And I think this should also adjust depending on your field size. If you're playing something like the Millie, you're going to need to be closer to the pure nuts. If you're playing something small, any sort of limited field size, I think you can run quarterback and running back in the same lineup without much hesitation.
FC Burrito $1.99. Mahomes Kelsey or Hurts Brown due to weather. Thank you. Not thinking about the weather. I prefer Hurts and Brown straight up. Projection for sure does still, but like Mahomes Kelsey, if they're going to end up lower owned because of snow, cool, I'll take it.
Your best proxy for figuring out if the weather matters is to look at the total. Did it move? If it didn't, doesn't matter.
I like that. Phil Senzik, $1.99. Breece Hall, TJ, Shaheed, Nico, or Taylor Kittle, Del Garrett. Nothing like a little 4v4 that we have going in the lovely morning time. Tyrod Taylor on one side of that. Or no, Jonathan Taylor it would be. Jonathan Taylor, Kittle, Del Garrett. I'm probably not going to be playing Garrett Wilson in any capacity. I like the first one a little bit more. Nico, Shaheed, TJ, and Breece Hall. How does that sound?
I like the first one a little more too.
Dustin Simpson, $5. Matt, I appreciate you answering my Twitter DMs on a $100 single entry. Had a good hit last week. That was nice of you. Do you play single entry as a cash lineup? Got a single entry lineup for this week? ? So, I personally don't, but I'll let you answer because he's asking you here. Do you play a cash lineup, and do you have a single entry lineup for this week?
I tailor everything to field size. For me, it has nothing to do whether it's single entry, 3 max. If it's a small field, like 100 people or less, then I'm getting closer to cash builds. The second we have like 1,000 players or more, that's where you need to start thinking about what your leverage spots are going to be. And the larger that field is, the more contrarian you need to build. So I tailor everything to just overall entries. And thank you very much for the super chat. Always willing to answer DMs. I answer every single one. My DMs are open. So if you want to take advantage of that, feel free. I like interacting with people. So anyone can take advantage of that if they'd like.
So nice. God. I will not offer the same courtesy. No, I was just kidding. I will offer the same courtesy. That's fine. But nobody wants to DM me.
That's not true. You should want to DM Eric if you want to win money.
Slide to the left. Slide on in. Slide on in. It's comfy here. Anyway, my friends, it's also comfy over at Owner's Box, the lovely sponsor of our program that we have going here right now. And why would you want to sign up at Owner's Box? It is as easy as one word: overlay. We talk about it every single Sunday because, well, it continues to overlay. Checking in on it right now, Jordan Klein, firing it up here behind the scenes. Massive amount of overlay that we have going here at this point in time. It is such a phenomenal site for you to jump into. You don't have to worry about defense. You don't have to worry about any of that ridiculousness. You get Superflex, which is the preferred building style of, I know, Matt Gajewski in the college football streets, because it is the only building style, but it is so fun to be able to put together actual game stacks, to be able to put together only offensive players, not have to think about the high variance idea of defenses. Right now, tons of overlay going. We got 52%? It's only 52% full. If you are building lineups right now while you're watching this show, we have 42 minutes left before lock. This is the best site you could possibly be signed up at, purely because overlay helps you build a bankroll, sustain a bankroll, and gives you a greater opportunity at hitting a big score. Again, 20K to first, 100K kickoff, great payout structure in addition to this overlay. There is no way this thing is going to be 90% filled and have it not. It's going to be rake free today. It has been every single Sunday of this NFL season. So if you sign up at Owner's Box, that's not all that you're going to be getting is the overlay, but that is like one of the major reasons you should be there. You're going to also get the Sims package, and the Sims package for 1 month is going to be $199 right now, but you're going to get that completely free for a week just to try out to see how Owner's Box works. So you can sign up at Owner's Box. You make a $10 deposit. You're going to get yourself a great opportunity to get those sim tools to be able to try out Owner's Box for the very first time. So, my friends, up to a $250 bonus on top of a $250 deposit, you'll get $500 to be able to fire it up there. Great opportunity for everything that they have over in the Owner's Box streets. So many great offers, so little time. And again, 41 minutes before lock. There is no better place to put your money right now. Oh, I was just told you don't get the Sims anymore. Well, that's okay. We still have great opportunity here, friends, over at Owner's Box. We should probably take that out of the thing. Maybe I misread that. Anyway, Owner's Box, friends, this is an opportunity to get a ton of great things for a very, very low cost, and mainly the overlay. That is what you're looking for. You're going to get a $5 lightning lineup as well, a $5 contest ticket, just from a minimum of a $10 deposit. So check out Owner's Box right now in the link below. Really cool stuff, my friends. And thank you so much to them for their sponsorship of our program. What a cool site it is. Can't recommend it enough. All right, my friends, we head to the wide receiver position. And do you want to start expensive or do you want to start popular, my friend? Because I think that there's a lot of different ways that we can break down this spot. So many stacks that I want to get to, so little time.
I think we should start popular because of how owned a couple of these guys are going to be.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. Tyreek Hill, Zay Flowers, Adam Thielen, Brandon Ayuk, Jamar Chase. I have done those bottom two a ton, two of my highest owned wide receivers. But let's start with the Zay Flowers piece. I have virtually zero. How about you?
He's only in Lamar stacks. And even that, you need to be extremely careful about because Lamar is also very owned. And again, this comes down to field size. If you're playing something small, like 1,000 people, you're playing cash games, these are pretty easy decisions. he's this owned because he projects well and he's a good play. Eric and I play a lot of tournaments, so that's why we need to pick leverage points. And this can be a pretty easy one, especially, if like Lamar fails, Zay's probably failing with him. So then you knock off two extremely owned pieces in just one failure of a game. So that's something I think is really interesting, especially at this price point. There are other players you can get to and a lot of them. So my personal approach is just playing Zay in things that are small. In large field, I'm only playing him in lineups with Lamar.
It's just one of those pieces of chalk. If it burns me, it burns me. It's kind of how I feel about Adam Thielen, but I'm at least there to some extent. I have 3% Zay Flowers, virtually none. And I have 12% Adam Thielen. So I'm a little bit under the field there, 6,600. You change over the play calling duties. I have no idea what that's going to mean for Adam Thielen, but I got to think, considering he's the only guy open on the field when you watch Carolina play football, that it's not going to change or diminish his role to some extreme extent. So I still think Adam Thielen, 6,600. If we knew he was going to have the 100% identical role, I would want to be around the field or above it. I don't know that absolutely for sure. So I'm happy to just be sitting slightly below, not really having be a big stand here on this slate, because God forbid my former Viking torches me even further in meaningless football games for Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, like, why do we really expect it to change that much? It's an in-house replacement. All they really did was the OC and this new play caller, was he like not involved in the decision making at all before? Frank Reich is just like on an island calling plays in a room by himself, no other input. So I mean, like, I find it hard to believe his role is going to drastically change. They didn't fire their coaching staff and bring in entirely new people. Like, this guy's input has definitely been involved in game plans prior to this. So I think people are kind of overblowing the potential change here. Still, like, you don't know. So we are guessing, but at the end of the day, he's the only player getting open. He's been awesome too. You look at like efficiency metrics, yards per route run. It's not like Thielen's just compiling this volume. He is, but he's also being very efficient with it. So I think he's completely fine. I like this game. Thielen, I'm overexposed to, not by anything crazy. He's not my most owned receiver or anything, but I think he's a very good play on this slate. That's a great game environment to target between them and Houston.
Yeah, and I keep looking at Carolina's team total all week long. 20. It's sitting at 20. There's so many guys on this slate that are sitting sub 20. I mean, the Rams are sub 20. You got Arizona right around 18. You got Atlanta 18. I mean, there's so many disgusting teams where I have very little interest in any spot. Carolina is not one of them. Here against Houston, this game is definitely one that I want to be exposed to. And I'm primarily there on the Houston side. My highest owned wide receiver, I think I said it before, Nico Collins. He's the 6th most popular wide receiver in our projections. He is the number 1 wide receiver in my heart for today. Holy mother of God. 5,500, north of 30%. How much Nico Collins do you have?
He's my 3rd most owned receiver.
I love you.
Love you too, buddy. This is a game I really like. Yeah, man.
If Nico Collins does, he's 5,500 and I legitimately have him for right around 17 fantasy points.
Yeah, he's an awesome play. This game should get up and down. Neither team plays awesome defense, and they both have strengths, but I mean, as long as you don't play right into those strengths, you should be able to score points. And we removed Robert Wood, so we have some target consolidation for not just Nico Collins, but Tank Dell as well. I think they're both good plays in that same price range. I'll be overexposed to the entire offense, as well as the Carolina side. So, I mean, this is a great time to talk about Nico Collins and Tank Dell in connection to Adam Thielen, really. I like running a ton of skinny stacks between these two. If you don't use a QB, if you do play Stroud, I think it's very easy to run Adam Thielen on the other side of this. Just a lot of great ways you can play this game. There's also a tight end at Dalton Schultz in play. So if you want to be contrarian with it, awesome game to stack, in my opinion. And Nico Collins, he takes advantage of sort of like size advantages. Carolina doesn't exactly have like big corners. He's the only player that sort of operates in this role. Tank Dell, small slot receiver. They have like a lot of that type of player, whereas Nico Collins really stands out for his perimeter skill set in this offense. So I don't think anything really changes with him other than his target share probably rises a little bit without Woods.
Yeah, it's going to be a very feast or famine spot for me here. That is for sure, because I'm looking at, I love that $33 5 max and a lot of these like 3 max tournaments for DK purposes. And it's like every single one that I look at, I have Nico Collins as like a piece in like my main lineups. And then the CJ Stroud, Nico Collins, Tank Dell combo. And my way of getting different is I'm just playing Hubbard and Thielen together. Just trying to get that entire game environment and hope that you see a crazy amount of volume going those directions. Hopefully I get the split going or away from Miles Sanders, that is, to the Chuba Hubbard side. And we could see him as maybe the workhorse back for Carolina. He's just been so much better, so much more efficient. Find it hard to believe that looking at those numbers long-term, you would want Miles Sanders on the field. Unless you wanted to lose football games, in which case I could understand you want Miles Sanders on the field. And I think Carolina, knowing that they already traded their first pick to Chicago, they shouldn't be worried about that in any way, shape, or form. So, like, you're trying to win. Hubbard would be the better back to put in those situations. But we already talked through that one. Anything else you want to talk about here in terms of the popular wide receivers before we start opening it up to tournament plays? And we can start on the expensive end.
I don't think so for cheap chalk. I mean, I guess Kendrick Bourne is still coming in really owned. My blind spot got me last week. Kendrick Bourne had another pretty good game. This week, they're returning Juju Smith-Schuster, which you wouldn't think matters, but I personally kind of think this is going to be a log jam at receiver. They already were just rotating the hell out of these guys. I don't think Juju's any good, but if he siphons off even a couple snaps from Bourne, the offense is so bad to begin with. I don't think you really have room for that in projections. Like, to me, the range of outcomes is narrow with him. I think he probably is a good target share. He's not a guy that like breaks off big plays or anything, and the offense isn't expected to score touchdowns. So I think we're looking most likely between like 10 and 13 points. And what's the chances of a ceiling? You said earlier, if Zay Flowers burns you, he burns you. That's Kendrick Bourne for me. If he burns me, he burns me. He's one of two players I significantly negative boosted in our ROI tool. It was him and Dak Prescott.
Okay. Yeah, Kendrick Bourne is definitely somebody with Juju back that makes it a little bit more difficult for me to want to be invested at this kind of ownership that we're looking at. Last week, it was one of those things we had talked about him a lot, and I just kind of preferred getting to Smith and Jigba, and that ended up still working out. So I'm in no way, shape, or form upset about it. It would have been nice to have both of them in lineups, and that could have worked out nicely. But still, Kendrick Bourne, I mean, he's not good. We both agree that he's not good. It's a Miami game environment where I do expect points above expectation there. I like the over slightly of 46.5. He's kind of dipped between that and 47 all week long, but Kendrick Bourne not going to be a big part of my portfolio at all. I'm a little bit underneath the field on that one as well. Let's talk about Jordan Addison. That's the last popular one. Coming off of a primetime absolute nuclear bomb that he dropped, 10 targets, 7 catches, 123 and 2 tutties. But over 30% of his fantasy points have been accounted by touchdowns. You're on the road in Lambeau. Jair Alexander, not necessarily the prime matchup here. He's been a little bit worse this season, but like, I find this to be one of those spots, 5,700. I could see him being even more popular than we have listed because of the primetime bump. I don't think that I want to be playing him here in this spot. How about you?
I don't think he's going to be that owned. I mean,
you don't? Well, then I want to play him. That would be the opposite take then.
I mean, I think he'll be like reasonably owned. We currently have him at 9.5%, but I mean, like, there's other receivers in this range more owned than him. Like Deontay Johnson's more owned at a cheaper price. McLaurin's more owned. Pickens is more owned. So, I mean, I don't like this game. I think there's a chance that it's really low scoring. There's a lot of reasons to not like Minnesota's offense. Their O-line's actually played better this year and really surprised me, but they don't have a run game. They still don't have Justin Jefferson. So how many times can Addison like rip the ball out of a defender's hands to get a big play? Very fluky stuff. And then Green Bay's offense is among like the bottom 3 in the NFL. Really, chances comes in low. So, I mean, I don't want a lot of this game to begin with. That stems to Addison, whether he's owned or not. I'm not sure he's a great play at 5,700 when you have all those previous guys I mentioned in better game environments.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Jordan Klein, I love you very much. Anyway, to the top of the board, we go Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, Jamar Chase, AJ Brown. I mean, we have 12.2% AJ Brown. I'm just going to play a lot more than that. It just needs to be said. Washington secondary is chastity. She is white trash. It is terrible, horrible, no good, very bad. Did you get that movie reference?
No.
Well, then that's awkward. Talk to me about AJ Brown and the rest of these expensive guys, because we have options with ceilings in this range.
Yeah, overweight to AJ Brown too. Just love the stack with Hurts. Target share is really separated from Devontae Smith. I don't know if this persists. Last year was much closer, but I mean, it's really hard to deny the talent with AJ Brown, the production. He's over 125 yards in, I believe it's 5 straight games now, just like unreal production from AJ Brown. And the targets back it up. We've seen Devontae Smith's target share like trickle down into the high teens, whereas AJ Brown's pushing 30% on a week-to-week basis. I mean, it's kind of like, if it's not broken, why are we fixing it? Philly's playing really well with his current rendition of the offense. So I think you can go right back to him. He's not going to project as well as guys like Tyreek Hill, but understand the ceiling is arguably the same. Tyreek, another player, just absolute monster. We already mentioned him. I think he's a little tricky at the price, and there's alternatives with the same ceiling, in my opinion. So not playing quite as much. You mentioned Ja'Marr Chase really early on when we were talking about QBs. He's the player I'm most overexposed to in this range, and that's just a product of loving this San Francisco-Cincinnati game. Same ceiling, massive target share. T. Higgins is back if you wanted to poke a hole. I don't really see that as an issue. From there, we've got the 2 Rams guys. I think these are nice sprinklings in large field tournaments. And there's like a massive mismatch in this game between the Dallas D-line and a banged-up Rams O-line. Sean McVay's done an awesome job masking this, and Stafford's a wizard, so you could still see productive gameplay from the Rams and their pass catchers, but it's a little harder for me to see it against Dallas. And then, do we want to go any cheaper than that yet, or just limited to these guys? I kind of want to hear your take on this range before we move on.
Okay. My take is Tyreek Hill is really good at football. It's a New England spot where the secondary, he got shut down by Christian Gonzalez. Guess who's not playing football in this game today? Christian Gonzalez. He's out for the season with a torn labrum. Quack, quack. Very good duck. Back in the day, he was a rookie, and he came out and played not like a rookie. If you see Bill Belichick take a cornerback in the first round, you know that they are an absolute stud beyond no measure. So Christian Gonzalez being out, Tyreek Hill should absolutely feast. My big concern is he's 9,500, and I think you're looking at ceilings that are comparable to that of a Ja'Marr Chase, of an AJ Brown. Cooper Kupp is kind of the forgotten guy up at 9K. Can't really get there, even though third most fantasy points to the wide receiver position have the Dallas Cowboys given up. Pretty wild fact over the course of this season. Ja'Marr Chase, I'm with you. You're seeing tons of fantasy points going up against San Francisco. In fact, they give up the most fantasy points to the wide receiver position this season, which I find to be an unbelievable, incredible fact. Part of that is they put the absolute foot down on the other side, but they've given up decent allotments to guys even from the Arizona side, where you saw Malcolm Brown go, or Marquise Brown go nuts and other stuff like that. But AJ Brown against this Washington secondary is like a no miss, have to play it, gotta have it kind of thing. Devonta Smith, I wish he could come along for the ride in some of these doubles. It just doesn't seem like it's going to happen here with AJ Brown being an absolute dude. So for me, Ja'Marr Chase, absolutely love getting to him for that game environment and everything involved. But AJ Brown, I still have a little bit more of, mainly as a one-off.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I don't really have too much to add to that. I agree with most of what you said. And it sounds like we're in the same spot for our personal ownerships on a lot of these guys, especially with Tyreek, Ja'Marr, and AJ Brown.
Brandon Ayuk is the number two graded wide receiver in PFF grading this season, which is just insane to think about. He is no longer in the doghouse. Once upon a time, in the doghouse there with Mr. Shanahan, no longer. He is absolutely unleashed. There's no Deebo Samuel. He's 7K. You're probably getting an 8.5K wide receiver for 7K today, going up against the Cincinnati Bengals secondary. So, like, give me all of that you got in a bag of potato chips. Jalen Waddle, direct leverage off of Hill. We're talking 17%, 18% Hill, 2% Waddle. Yeah, the target share is way down for Waddle relative to other seasons. He was a PPR and monster coming out of school. And then you add Hill. It's definitely been suppressed, but this offense is so damn good. It's hard not to have some interest there. I find the 7K range to be pretty simple for me. It's Ayuk and move along.
Yep, I 100% agree. I've lost a lot of money playing Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle this year. Think we see the ceilings on occasion, but yeah, the targets have just separated for these guys. So I would rather play Ayuk and move on. When we remove one of the main pass catchers in San Francisco, doesn't matter if it's Deebo, Ayuk himself, or Kittle, we see targets consolidate around the two that remain. So Ayuk should probably be priced at 8K right alongside AJ Brown. The volume's been that good. The game environment is elite for Ayuk, and the talent is clearly there, which crazy to me. Like, I remember Ayuk in college. This kid started his career at Sierra College in JUCO and somehow worked all his way all the way up to being the number 2 ranked graded receiver per PFF. Just unbelievable story is Brandon Ayuk. Love the guy and hope he continues to succeed. We'll be playing a ton of him in that game. Awesome run back to like Ja'Marr Chase stuff, Joe Burrow stuff as well.
Yeah, so the 5 and 6K range we basically talked about because we talked about some pivots off of the popular pieces. So before we go to sub 5K and talk about some of those cheapies that aren't named Kendrick Bourne, because that one's uncomfortable, we shall catch up on super chats. You guys are the best. We really appreciate all the love here on this Sunday. And thank you. 4,000 people throughout this stream watching, spending your Sundays with us. A little Netflix and chill, except for it's YouTube, and we're not chilling because I'm always stressed. But here we are. James Magruder, Hurts and Shaheed, or Purdy and Thielen in single entry. I am very much on the Purdy Thielen side of that one.
Me as well.
We've got Riley Cooper 14, $4.99. Thanks for the rap references and college football knowledge. Best team. Oh, look at that. They love us. They really love us. And then they think I'm cringe, so that's fine. I am kind of cringe.
Okay. That's just your online persona, Eric. People got to understand the character you play sometimes.
We all have our roles to play. Ashton, $1.99. Edwards, Hunt, or Henderson. Oh, what a fun range. It is all dependent on Jerome Ford news. If he's going to be out, give me all the cream hunt in all the land.
I'm really bad without first names. Who is Edwards? Gus Edwards?
Gus Edwards. Yeah, Gus the Bus, who actually, I think he's a good afternoon slate play. I mean, obviously he busted off a 80-yarder last week, took it to the house. It was good stuff, but I don't know. That's not as predictable unless you're playing 30% Devon Achane, in which case I guess it's predictable. But
I think Gus Edwards is my preferred option there. Unless Ford is out, then it's Hunt.
Yeah, okay. Palmer Jones, member for 18 months. Broncos defense at Flatman for a snow game. Easy lock. No, not a lock. Defense has so much variability to it. And snow, I think it's on record where Mahomes and Kelsey say that they love snow games. I know on the podcast, this is a weird thing to throw in there, but the Kelsey podcast that they have, that he talked about that they both prefer snow games over like super hot games in Miami and stuff like that. But again, I don't know what it means. I don't know how sloppy it is. It doesn't look that bad. So again, 2K is 2K. I actually prefer the Patriots D if you're going to play a 2K defense.
I agree with you. And just quick things about the weather. There's proxies for this. Again, Vegas totals. There's also historical data. Use the good old Google machine. Historically, we've seen a lot of weather in NFL football games. The weather that is most impactful, 1, wind. Heavy wind. We don't have that. 2, torrential downpours. Believe it or not, rain more impactful than snow. We don't have that. 3rd is frigid cold. We don't have that. Then we start getting into these meaningless weather patterns like light snow, mild temperatures, and low wind, which couldn't mean less to the spread.
All right, Jordan Klein, pull up the lineup generator for later. We'll use that here after we finish up the 5K range here of wide receiver, but just have that on tap so we can rock right into that. 21 minutes to go here before lock. Smash the like button as we give you some bottom of the barrel individuals here in the 5K range. Josh Downs, I think he's an actual good play, so he probably doesn't go into consideration. Here are a couple of the guys I can make cases for that I had. I basically have a notes page that I go through for the entire week in a spreadsheet and just have like little icon boxes. And it's, Brandon Cooks was the first guy that got clicked on, and it said, why am I doing this to myself? That was the only note that I had. Rashid Shaheed is at 3,900. It's basically saying, hey, take 2 targets to the house. That would be cool. Juwan Jennings, he has exposure to the game environment that I want. That's fine. There are 2 Arizona wide receivers that are always down here in my player pool, Michael Wilson, Rondale Moore. But the guy I'm getting the most of, and maybe I'm just a crazy person, but Jaden Reed's 3,700 at 0.2% ownership. I like Jaden Reed going up against this Minnesota secondary. It seems as though Christian Watson hasn't been the same kind of Christian Watson we were expecting. I don't know if it's just injuries and things of that nature. And Romeo Doubs hasn't really seen the kind of target share you would expect the last 2 weeks, 4 and 5 coming off of 12 and 13 before Watson got activated. Maybe this is a Christian Watson spot here as well. I'm right around the field though of 4.5%. But I think Jaden Reed's kind of made a step up, and now coming off of some touchdown, like he's getting some targets there. We saw the double touchdown game against Atlanta, last time against Denver. He got the touchdown there. Seems like he's a pretty decent red zone target there. Really not Musgrave here of late, that's for sure, although he's active for today. Am I a disgusting person with that play? Anybody you love below 5K to get different and weird with?
I don't mind Jaden Reed. Musgrave just like his helmet is a magnet for opposing defenders, just spearing the living hell out of him.
Yeah. It's
I
bad.
mean, that poor guy, the CTE is going to hit him hard because he's already taken 2 monster hits straight to his dome. But yeah, I don't know if him being active really hurts Jayden Reed that much. They don't play the same position. The only thing with Reed is like the targets in Green Bay are volatile. You don't know where they're going on a week in, week out basis. You know, if Aaron Jones may be a week healthier, I don't know. They used AJ Dillon more than him last week still. So he doesn't seem right to me. Watson's not right either. Keeps aggravating injuries. So I don't know. There's outs to Jayden Reed getting there at 37. Ultimately, it comes down to that 0.0 or 0.2% ownership. It's very easy to take a stand with him. A couple guys I like in this range. I'll start cheap and work my way up. I do have some Mingo and DJ Chark as cheap attachments to this game. Neither are very owned. We're talking below 3%. No Laviska Shenault in this game. Terrace Marshall's trying to get traded. They're not using him anymore. So we've actually seen routes consolidate among these three. And Mingo rotates in the slot more than you'd think. He's the second highest slot rate on the team, 10 routes from that alignment last game. That's where Adam Thielen eats. So if Thielen moves outside or they do weird things, Mingo's the primary beneficiary. Some of him, I think there's a couple other names you could sprinkle if you're playing like Millie Maker stuff. Rondale Moore and Wan'Dale Robinson are the exact same player. You're probably looking at 7 targets for 12 yards, and maybe they score, maybe they get a rush. They both stink from an NFL perspective, but they're at least on the field getting opportunity. Gallup is the most owned player in this range. He's coming off, I believe it was a 9-target game. Perhaps it was 10. I mean, you're just basically playing for cheap airball targets. Dak's not that accurate downfield, and that's all Gallup does. I like Michael Wilson still. He's interesting. Odell Beckham, he was getting
have one shot. I was just about to say Odell Beckham, so I'm glad you brought him up.
I got a little bit of him, and I think that's just direct leverage off Zay Flowers.
Yep.
I mean, I don't love it, but it's at least worth mentioning. You hit on Shaheed.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise,
Michael Wilson, last guy. Yeah, we talked about the Arizona guys, but
as we go up a little bit, it's just downs then for me.
They're all super thin plays. There's nobody that's like a priority. We can go through those all the time, but when you pull up the lineup generator, this is kind of what I wanted to point out of this situation. When you go through these lineups and you save 20 of these puppies, which is super easy to do. In fact, Jordan Klein, let's do it with 2 with a run back. I think 2 with a run back at the very bottom of the DraftKings main. Again, you have some opportunity to say to this lineup generator exactly what you want. Again, this is just $15. $15 to be able to check this out for a week. Great stuff in the lineup generator. Go to contrarian lineups. That's going to be the easiest one for us. Contrarian, save 20 of these because I find it to be fascinating how many of these tiny like 3K, 4K type wide receivers, if it's not going to be Trey McBride, who is going to be popular today, he is going to be very, very popular. You're going to run into some cheapies down here that are mixed in. And I'm looking at the lineup generator here on my side. I'm assuming it's pretty similar. Rondale Moore is down here showing up in lineups. We have, where did he go? Michael Wilson showing up in lineups. Rashid Shaheed, somebody had brought that one up earlier. Devontae Parker, 3.2K. He's terrible, but they could be behind by gobs against Miami for sure. You get Drew Ogletree, a tight end. I don't even know who that is. Where did he go to school?
I don't know.
What?
I'm not sure where he went.
That's incredible. That's the first time I've ever heard you say that. I've never even heard of Drew Ogletree. I've never heard of that human. But showing up in the lineup generator is 2,500 at the tight end position. But I find it really interesting how spread out exposures are. Alvin Kamara generally been somebody that shows up quite a bit there. Looking at the top, it's very spread out. This is almost exactly how my lineups look. That shouldn't be surprising because these lineups come from us doing the Sims tool, having the best possible lineups and pushing those towards the Sims or towards the lineup generator for your use. It's an incredible tool, extremely powerful tool, and the easiest thing ever. If you're busy during the day and you want to build out EV lineups, just go to the lineup generator, sign up for that at the link. You're going to have an opportunity to make money quickly with the lineup generator. That's basically what it is. You can get your money in good utilizing our Sims tool, but using it by checking it out at the low cost of the lineup generator. Again, just $14.95 to be able to jump in and try that out for the first time. So really cool. Anything stand out to you with these lineups that we built?
It's hard for me to see, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So, no.
Well, I got you covered. Joe Mixon, 33%. Mark Andrews up there quite a bit, but Alvin Kamara, he's somebody that's really showing up now as I redid some stuff in the Sims tool. I'm going to get my final version of lineups in 14 minutes ahead of time so we can go tight end, defense, and get ourselves the heck up out of here. But I find it fascinating. Breece Hall, only 25% there. Feeling better about muting him down a little bit. Kamara, captain, check down himself. Derek Carr, do your thing. Do your thing. There we are. Chandler Bing. Yeah, Eric Lindquist twin. I've heard that a lot today, which is kind of an interesting one. Do you think I look like Matthew Perry?
I only found out about him last night.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
I did not know he was a human being till he died.
That was really, oh. There's nowhere to go from there. Tight end, that's where we're going to go here. Rip, though, to Chandler Bing. Good one. Kind of a bummer. Anyway, Travis Kelce at the top end. Mark Andrews, 6,400. But, let's just start with Travis Kelce, because last week he was an absolute jam. Now, there's no Taylor Swift in the stands, which I think matters more than the weather. It probably matters about as much as the weather. I don't know. I would... Are you playing Travis Kelce today?
Not a lot, and it's basically because you have to debate Travis Kelce versus Tyreek versus Jamar Chase versus McCaffrey. And it's basically just him that can break the slate at this point. So, I mean, you fade Kelce and he basically needs to put up 40 points at this price on today's slate. It's a little different context than last week when he was easier to get. So I think he's kind of easy to fade, and I don't feel good about saying that. I'm not going to lie to you. He's only in my lineups that have Mahomes.
Wild comment. It in no way shocks me that you didn't know who Matthew Perry was. It is okay. I was just kind of playing light of it because it's just wild.
Yeah.
Shouldn't surprise me. And it doesn't surprise anybody. Because
people die every day, man. I don't know who they all are.
Hey, we're all going there, buddy. A stream for a different show or a different time. I don't know. Smash the like button, everybody. As we go through the tight end position, who are you getting the most exposure to here?
Yeah, this is a really tough position for me, man, because McBride is so cheap. We have a tight price slate. I don't see a way where you can get away from him unless you're pivoting to Connor Hayward or something in this range, or something that feels really, really greasy. So, man, I'm playing a lot of McBride. I don't feel good about holding hands with the entire field, but I don't know. Talk me out of this, Eric. What alternatives do we have?
We don't. We're playing him. And here's the main reason that I'm playing him, because by now, if you've watched any of our streams, that I am late swapping like a demon all the time when it comes to this, because I think it's one of the edges we have left. The Sims tool has changed the game here at Stokastic to be able to update things constantly. And we have the NBA late swap tool now in the NBA as well. I know Greg has been a huge proponent of that. That's probably why he has $110,000 more in his bank account today than what he had yesterday. But I'm going to just say, one of the things that you have to actively be doing is comparing your lineups based on ownership that you then know and performance that you then know. You get 3 hours of information from 1 p.m. Eastern time to 4 p.m. Eastern time, from 10 a.m. Pacific time to 1 p.m. Pacific time, where you get to accumulate information and then make decisions. And if you play a lot of Trey McBride right now, it doesn't have to remain Trey McBride, but it gives you access to, I think, a pretty dead position in the early window of games. You have Mark Andrews, Travis Kelce, and Trey McBride all in that afternoon slate. And if somebody goes for 15, 20, 25 in the early window, I'm just going to play a lot more Mark Andrews and Travis Kelce because those have the comparable ceilings. Those will give me some access to it. And obviously, there's so many other parts of the lineups and how it all comes together. But for the most part, he is a $2,800 wide receiver who ran over 50% of the routes over the course of last week, had an 18% target share. I want to play Trey McBride at $2,800.
I think that's wise. So I kind of want to talk about this from a strategy perspective, because I knew he was going to be really owned. And I think if you run the contest simulator, lineup generators, and you're playing small field, you're just going to get him. So I have a kind of a cohort of lineups built for smaller stuff and then a cohort built for larger stuff. And the small stuff, it's very easy to explain. It was kind of even at heavy ownership, he's probably under-owned because of the pricing and the slate dynamics, so just play McBride there. In the larger field stuff, I started to get some weird stuff. I would get sometimes 2 tight end builds. Sometimes those tight ends wouldn't be McBride, so it was kind of all right, you can play Trey McBride and then 4K receiver of your choice, whomever that may be. We'll say Tank Dell. Or you could play Ferguson and Evan Ingram. And what's really the difference between those 2v2s? So I don't know. That's interesting to me. I hate playing 2 tight end. It's just makes me feel repulsive because these players generally, especially the cheap ones, don't have ceilings. But I mean, what's really the ceiling on like Gallup or Beckham or these cheap receivers that we're playing to jam the studs anyway? So I normally would set a rule to not let that happen, but today I didn't. In my large field set, I do have some lineups that are 2 tight ends. I don't know. Am I crazy for this? Should I be switching this right now, Eric?
No, I think this is actually a 2 tight end week. And I think when I used to do the recap show, which I thought was one of the more useful shows that I did, it was with Adam Scherer, who will be back tomorrow, I believe. Correct?
Wow, no way.
Am I lying about that, Jordan Klein? He's back tomorrow. Guys, it's going to be amazing. I'm sure he's going to be like, yeah, I'm ready to talk now. Ready to talk to Slate. Sure. He's going to be so obnoxious. I can't wait. He's going to win $1 million and not come to work tomorrow. Watch it. Watch it. Today is the day he wins the millie. That is exactly what would happen too. Oh, clip that shit for social. That's coming. But anyway, we used to talk all the time about 2 tight end builds and why none of the top players are doing it and yada, yada, yada. But like tight end is a pretty bum position here, but there are like no real sub 4K wide receivers to be playing anymore. That's why when the Jackson Smith and Jigba shows up like last week, you just play tons of it because the opportunity cost is so low relative to that range. And it gives you a lineup construction that, you know, just makes more sense to be able to get more of the studs. I think if you're going to play 2 tight ends this week, you have ceilings in Andrews and Kelsey and Kittle. You also have some cheapies that give you lineup constructions to be able to play, you know, Nakua Cup doubles, to be able to play Chase Higgins doubles, to be able to play, for me, it's Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk doubles that I really found a tough time trying to get to. And now I have exposure to them, and partially because I think 2 tight end is a pretty viable way to build.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to I'm going to use Odell Beckham as an example, but pick Rondale Moore, Wan'Dale Robinson, whatever dust ball you prefer. Would you rather play Dalton Schultz than Beckham? Would you rather play Pitts than Beckham? Jake Ferguson, David Njoku, Luke Musgrave, Logan Thomas, Tyler Higbee. Maybe you do prefer Beckham, but all I'm trying to point out is that it's closer than we'd like to admit. So 2 tight end builds firmly in play today.
Yep, very, very much so. Holy crap, I got to get one thing fixed here in my lineup set. Anything else here at tight end? I talked about it before. I'm playing this Pittsburgh Connor Hayward guy. I'm not thrilled about it. He's $2,600, and everything I just said applies. I'm actually not playing any doubles of him, I don't believe. More of the doubles involve Trey McBride because I think there's an actual ceiling there that you might actually need. He's going to be super popular in single entry, super popular in 3 max. I'm trying to get away from some of it there. I'm going to be able to make more decisions as these games unfold in the early window. I'm not quite sure where I've landed on what I'm going to do with him, so I'm not going to act like I have. He is a volatile piece of chalk to a certain extent too, because it's not like he's running around on every single play. But anything else here on the cheap end or anywhere else in the tight end board you want to get to?
Yeah, you can figure out your lineups. Mine are all set. But to your point on Trey McBride, there is volatility here. I mean, this guy played half the season last year, or not half the season, but he played some games without Ertz, and he was awful in them. So, I mean, he very well could put up a low score here. But what are the chances he gets outscored significantly by someone else? They're also pretty low. So I don't think opportunity cost is high with Kelsey being egregiously priced. But if you do want to pivot, I think you can. I like doing that when you're running it in stacks. A few names I think you can sprinkle. Durham Smythe is still down here for Miami. I'm old enough to remember like week 3 or something when he was the stone chalk that fumbled the bag and lost everyone money, but now nobody's playing him. Irv Smith, he's an attachment to Joe Burrow, has been injured, but he should play a fair amount. As we move up the ladder, I have interest in both Logan Thomas and Musgrave. If Musgrave can stay on the field, his role's been awesome when you just extrapolate the snaps he's played. Logan Thomas, volume is great. Efficiency is probably going to be poor. But I mean, once we get to Logan Thomas, Musgrave, Njoku, Ferguson, Pitts, and Schultz, you're basically just gambling on who scores a touchdown anyway. So I'm mixing all those players in, and I'm still coming over the field to Trey McBride, but I don't think anything has to be drastic here.
It's this is going to be one hell of a slate. Oh, man. 3 minutes? Oh, we've got 5 minutes. All right. I'm okay. I just had to double check here because something happened where I was getting 42 Devonta Smith, 42%. I tried to get a little bit of him in the ROI boost, but I guess I just got way more Jalen Hurts than what I was expecting here coming in. Terry McLaurin is the run back in pretty much all of those. Don't know what happened. I have no clue what just happened. All right, I fixed it. There it is. Now I know what happened. Cool. Defense, you ready to party and get out of here?
Yeah.
All right. Falcons, very popular, going up against a Tennessee team that is starting a quarterback, going to another quarterback who we know is not a quarterback in Malik Willis. So that's going to be cool. Seahawks going up against Cleveland. Pretty wild. PJ Walker season. Vikings against Green Bay. Kind of surprised to see them there, but 2,500 will do that for you. The defense I'm getting the most is the Cleveland Browns going up against Seattle right now. They seem like they're going to put up points with that defense more than the average defense. It's just wild to watch them roam, and specifically Myles Garrett. He is a problem. I also really like Dallas's defense, and I don't think anybody was going to, well, I didn't think anybody was going to play him there at 3,600, but it seems like they're now a little bit more steamed up. How are you feeling about defense on today's slate? Who are you playing the most of?
I'm not feeling great, and that's because I'm still walking right into this own Falcons defense.
Oh, yeah.
Simulations love them.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, intuitively, I think a lot of people follow the heuristic guy. I can't play the most owned defense. But now that we have like high-powered, mathematical-driven tools, it's interesting to see, like, maybe this defense is under-owned. Still volatile, so this could go terribly wrong, but I'm still going to play them. Normally, that's like a defense I would X out in the past. I'm no longer doing that. So I still have a considerable amount of the Falcons. Echo what you said on Seattle. Minnesota is playing Jordan Love. That's the gift that keeps on giving. I don't hate going all the way down to New England. You briefly mentioned this earlier. The slate is super, super tight. So another thing you could do instead of like punting 2 tight ends or playing Gallup or someone who sucks, you can go and play a defense at 2K, which is really volatile, and that could be enough to get you to a different construction. So I do like the Patriots. I think a lot of people are just going to be risk averse to their matchup. Makes sense, but weird things happen in football. Otherwise, Commanders have an excellent D-line, playing a fair amount of them. From there, it's basically just like the D-line, O-line mismatches. Cleveland, that awesome D-line, and sprinkling everyone else.
Guys, we got 2 minutes left. Hit that like button. We're going to give you our final thoughts here on the slate as we get out of here. Thank you to Jordan Klein. Again, great show, per usual. Not too much rapping from me today. I think we all appreciate that, so that's good. Quarterback position. It is all about Brock, Steady, Purdy. My God, highest owned quarterback by a mile. How about you?
Mine is Brock Purdy as well in large field. Lamar in my like lower size entry set.
All right. Breece Hall at the running back position, highest owned. Christian McCaffrey second.
Breece Hall 1, McCaffrey in large field same. This is weird, Eric. We're gonna chop the millie.
Yeah, there it is. Wide receiver Nico Collins leading the way for me. Then you got Jamar Chase, Brandon Ayuk close behind there. A.J. Brown came down a little bit for me, but still getting in the 20-ish% of him as we get out of here. How about you?
Yeah, love that San Francisco game. Among my top ones, Ayuk, Jamar Chase, and then for cheap guys, Nico Collins. And interestingly, one I think that people might want to hear, Christian Kirk's pretty high for me. That's another game I have a decent amount of exposure to.
I'm a little bit lower on it, but I totally understand. And actually, the Pittsburgh-Jacksonville side, both of them pretty cheap to put together. Evan Ingram at the tight end position, somebody we didn't talk about, but he's very popular over there. I'm a little bit lower as a result. Give me the later games where you have Trey McBride, Travis Kelce, and Mark Andrews, my 3.
Love that. Similar to you. I have a little more Dalton Schultz.
I messed up something because George, well, it doesn't matter because I'm going to have all the Brock Purdy. I'm going to be able to get all the Kittle that I want still. And defense, to finish it out, I've got, of course, the Cowboys, Browns. Those are 1-2 for me. How about you?
I have Atlanta as my number 1. Horrifying, but I'm eating the defense struck, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to say the Sims, we got a lot of Falcons defense. Again, 2,900. I ended up with them 3rd out of these other ones. Artificially ROI boosted a couple of those, but we are at lock. We're all about to turn on YouTube TV. That's what it's going to be. We're going to get off the actual YouTubes for sure. Any final words for the people, Matt Gajewski?
Thank you guys for being here. Be wary of the late swap stuff, or at least pay attention to it. But yeah, love doing this. Looking forward to next week. And good luck, everyone. Someone take something down big.
Yeah, I lean towards Jerome Ford not playing football. I'm going to have Browns. I'm going to have Kareem Hunt. I'm going to have all of that more than likely. Thank you, Jordan Klein. Thank you for correcting me, too. You're a real one. Anyway, that's all. Let's get ourselves the heck up out of here, friends. I'm Eric Lindquist. He's Matt Gajewski. You can follow him at Matt_Gajewski. You can follow me at Eric Lindquist. That's my name. You can wear it out if you want to. Until next time, I'm Eric Lindquist. I said my name like 48 times. Let's leave.